Ladies and gentlemen, a quorum now be present. I ask that you all proceed into the auditorium and take your seats. Remember, the first point of order, remember that no vote will be counted unless you are in a seat, and I ask that all non-voters are seated to the right-hand side of the auditorium. It's my right-hand side to this front over here. As everyone has found a seat, I ask that everyone now rise as the Wilmington Minutemen present our colors. I ask the Minutemen now post the colors. I ask that you all please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I ask the audience please remain standing for a moment of silence. During this moment of silence, I ask you to reflect on the following. Please keep in mind our fire, police, and other emergency personnel who protect us each and every day. Please keep in mind the members of our armed forces, especially those Wilmington residents who are serving our country in active duty, and please remember all those who have lost their lives serving the armed forces worldwide. Lastly, but certainly not least, please keep in mind and remember those who have served our town well and passed away in 2017, specifically being Abby G. Berg, Patricia A. Burns, Edward P. Kavanaugh, Edith Cunningham, Patrick J. Devine, Forrest G. Downs, Richard E. Gage, Arthur P. Gallagher, Charles A. Gano, Helen R. Hunter, Francis P. Kelly Jr., K9 Chemo, Martin G. Kuchler, Robert W. McKenzie, Francis M. Martin, Jean E. Mazoka, Hazel G. Pava, Florence B. Parsons, James J. Pollard, Dennis M. Serpenant, Nancy J. Terracone, and Sylvia Tobin. Thank you very much, and I ask you please remain standing while the Wilmington Minutemen exit the auditorium. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Mr. Bjork. And also, in the moment of silence, former Superintendent Joanne Benton. Thank you. Thanks again, Steve. Please stay rising with the Wilmington Minutemen exit the auditorium. You may be seated. Thank you to the Wilmington Minutemen, and welcome everyone to the 2017 annual Wilmington Town Meeting. Before we move on to the warrant, there are a couple things I want to address. I'd like to point out that all voters should have checked in at the front desk. When you checked in, you should have got a yellow voter lanyard. If you do not have a voter lanyard, your vote will not be counted. And if you are a non-voter, again, to repeat, you're going to be seated to the front right-hand side of the auditorium. Voters can be over here too, but I specifically note that all non-voters should be my front right-hand side of the auditorium right over here. Please note I prepared a brief informational handout relative to standard procedures for our town meeting. It's not meant to be exhaustive on every subject relative to town meeting, but it's something I hope that will allow everyone to follow the meeting a little more closely and maybe more fully participate. It's outside the auditorium if you want to grab a copy if you missed it on the way in. I also want to point out there are 4 microphones in the auditorium, 2 in the front and 2 in the rear. If you wish to speak on an article, I ask you rise from your seat, move to a microphone, but do not address until the moderator calls on you to so address the meeting here today. If at any point you need refreshments during the meeting, Jack Cushing will be selling refreshments outside, snacks, soda, water. However, I advise you that snacks will not be allowed back into the auditorium. The only thing you can bring back in here would be water. I want to take the opportunity to thank WCTV for televising today's event, and also the tellers who will be counting the votes here this afternoon. I thank you and commend your desire to service our community. There are 56 articles on today's warrant. However, 2 of those have already been withdrawn, those being Articles 51 and 53. Articles 1 through 43 will be taken up in order. Articles 44 through 56 will come before the meeting by way of random selection, and all articles will be displayed on the projection screen behind me as to allow you guys to follow the meeting more closely. On Article 5, the budget, is the town's practice to not go into specific operation of town departments. Any well-grounded question on the line items will be allowed, but if I deem the questioning to be out of order, dilatory, and or inflammatory, I will call the speaker to order. If the speaker does not heed my call to order, I'm prepared to take any appropriate measures to keep this meeting fair and efficient. I would like to remind all present here today that this assembly will be conducted with proper decorum, and we treat each other with the utmost respect, even in cases of disagreement. In order to keep that going and to keep the meeting fair and efficient, I ask that you please do not address each other across the auditorium, nor do you address any other person by name or directly. All comments should be made by and through the moderator. Now, let's take up the warrant. Greetings. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the manner prescribed in the bylaws of said town, you are hereby directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town qualified to vote in town affairs and to meet and assemble at the Boutwell School, Precincts 1 and 2, Wildwood School, Precincts 3 and 4, in the Town Hall Auditorium, Precincts 5 and 6, Saturday, the 22nd day of April, AD 2017, at 7:45 o'clock in the forenoon. The polls to be open at 8 o'clock a.m. and shall be closed 8 o'clock p.m. for the election of town officers. Mr. Bendel.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Moderator, I move that the moderator dispense with further reading of the warrant and take up and make reference to each article by number.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of this article that we take the dispensing reading of the warrant and we take up each warrant article by number, say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Voted. Article 1. To bring your votes on the ballot respectively for the following named officers, to wit, 2 selectmen for the term of 3 years, 2 members of the school committee for the term of 3 years, and 1 member of the housing authority for the term of 5 years. You are also hereby further required and directed to notify and warn the said inhabitants of the town of Wilmington who are also qualified to vote in elections and town affairs therein to assemble subsequently and meet at the town meeting at the Wilmington High School Auditorium, Church Street, in said town of Wilmington on Saturday, the 29th day of April, AD 2017, 10:35 a.m., and act thereon the following articles. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to bring to you, to announce to you the winners of last week's town election. To the Board of Selectmen, Mr. Michael McCoy and Mr. Edward Loud. To the Wilmington School Committee, Mr. Stephen Bjork and Mrs. Jennifer Bryson. To the Wilmington Housing Authority, Ms. Stacy Murphy. I just want to extend the congratulations to all those who participated in last week's election, and especially those winners who I just announced. Article 2, to hear reports of committees and act thereon, Mr. Kyra.
Good morning. I move to hear a report from the Entire Farm Development Committee and to hear a report from the Facilities Master Plan Committee and to take no action thereon.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'll move it to a vote to hear the discussion, to hear the reports from the Entire Farm Committee, which will be presented by Judy O'Connell, and from the Facility Master Plan Committee, which will be presented by George Hooper and Valerie Gingrich. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Voted. Ladies and gentlemen, the first thing we're going to hear today is going to be from Ms. Judy O'Connell. I invite her up here, but before Judy takes the microphone, I ask that you all please stand and give a rise of applause for Judy's years of service to the town as a selectman.
Good morning. Thank you very much for that very kind introduction and for that applause. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here with you this morning on behalf of the Entire Farm Development Committee to present to you the final update on this project. As many of you know, we've been working on this project for the past 5 years, and I'm very pleased to present on behalf of the entire committee our final update to you this morning. Next slide, please. So you can see here are the names of the members of the committee. We are a 12-person committee with 2 advisory members. As I mentioned to you, we've been working together for the past 5 years. I can't say enough about this committee. We've really generated some excellent work productions, some very quality friendships, and we've really worked together for the betterment of the town of Wilmington. And I just want to thank all of these people publicly. I'm not going to take you through all of the names. You certainly can read them on our beautiful new screen here in the auditorium. But I can't say enough about the volunteers that took the time out of their very busy schedules to be on this committee, as well as a great cross-section of the department leadership at Town Hall. I can't think in the past 10 years of a project quite like this. We've been able to take in all departments, or virtually all departments at Town Hall, in addition with public buildings, public works, and with our public safety to bring together a project that we all are pretty proud of. So next slide, please. The project timeline, I won't take you through everything. Obviously, you can read the bullet points, and we've gone through this. In essence, the first caption talks about the land purchase, the committee being formed. Then quickly we moved right into the public process and we began our public outreach. We really tried to reach out to all of the various organizations and youth sports and to the public at large to be able to design and construct a project that you as a community could be very proud of, and that you'd want to come there, spend some time, and really have it be a flagship destination for the community, and we really strive to do that. In the 2014-2015 timeframe, we were able to secure our partner, Green International. We worked through the design development, the plans and specs, and we went through the local and state permitting process. And then officially in 2016, we selected, through the bid process, our construction firm, Green Acres, and in my opinion, I think they did an outstanding job in what you see there today. Next slide, please. So the groundbreaking took place on March 29, 2016, and we've had some substantial completion throughout that year and into 2017. As you can see through this assembly, we were able to get an appropriation for $4.8 million. The construction you see is about $3.9 million. It's typical with any sort of land construction that you build in a 12% or in and around that for a project of this size and scope. It's very common to have a construction contingency, and I'm pleased to report to you, as you can see in the illustration, that we did not come close to the projection that we had allocated for the project. Our construction administration also is below budget, and our ancillary costs for signage and bricks and sidewalks and things of that nature also is in under budget, to bring us to an actual net difference in an under budget reporting of being under budget by $527,426. So this is a credit, in my opinion, to Green International for their excellent engineering cost estimates, and I believe it's also through the project management that we had on this particular project. We had very little change order requests. We had very little in the way of issues to contend with throughout the project, and I'm very pleased on behalf of the committee to report this information to you. Next slide, please. So as you can see, many of you have driven through 9 Cross Street over the years, and politely, I would just say to you, it was not very aesthetically pleasing for quite some time. So we are very grateful for the opportunity to make it into a beautiful white canvas and then be able to create the after construction pictures that you see there. And to really put it in motion, I wanted to ask through Paula Looney, who was our project manager in WCTV, to see if we could put together a video montage to be able to introduce to you today. For those of you who have not had the opportunity to go there, I'd like to, on behalf of the committee, introduce you to the Entile Farm recreational facility at this time. Thank you. Thank you very much to our friends at WCTV for putting that together, and also to Paula Looney for helping them do that. And Sean, I see that you're here. Thank you very much, sir, for assisting us in this regard. So moving on to the next slide, which will give you a park overview. Just to let you know, the normal operating hours for the park will be that it will be open daily from dawn to 10 p.m. The turf field will be utilized by permit, and you should see the recreation department, specifically Karen Campbell and her team, to see about using the facility in regards to the turf field and also any other community activities. It's best to check in with the recreation department just so you know the rules and regulations of the parcel. I wanted to take a moment just to compliment Karen and her team. The recreation department is taking on the care and control of this particular parcel moving forward in close consultation with the town manager, DPW, public buildings, and public safety. So I do want to give a shout out to the recreation department, who is going to be the stewards of this particular area for the foreseeable future. The restrooms, just so you know, people have asked, starting on the grand opening date of May 13th, the restrooms will be open daily till 9 p.m. And then lastly, the field and the basketball courts will be illuminated daily until 10 p.m. Next slide, please. So as you can imagine, with a project of this size and a location of this size, there have to be some rules and policies in place. And I just wanted to take you through a few hot buttons, as I know there's been some mixed community reviews on this, but it is officially a carry-in, carry-out trash policy. And I would just kindly ask if people can do their part as community people to help us keep that site clean. And also, if I could kindly ask that you speak to any young children around you and explain to them what a carry-in, carry-out policy means. And that means essentially whatever you bring in, you take it with you. In addition, it is also a drug-free facility, so that's important. There shouldn't be any smoking, alcohol, or drug paraphernalia in that area. I know that goes without saying, but I feel it's important as a public service announcement to say that. And then lastly, it is a dog-free environment. A big thing that came out of the development of this project was that people wanted an opportunity to spend time with their four-legged friends, and we recognized that through the leadership of Jeff Hull and DPW. We were able to officially open a dog park for people to use. So we will just kindly ask that you respect those rules and help us keep this location looking as beautiful as it does today. And then finally, for the turf, that piece in the park is a $1 million price tag. So everything that you do on that field needs to take that into consideration, and things like having lawn chairs and gum and beverages of other than water, we kindly ask that you refrain from doing that. So if we can all work together in a very positive way, I think it'll be a great place for all of us to enjoy. Moving on to the next slide, please. So you will see a walking path sign at the park. I share this with you so you can seek that out. There's a great walking path down there for people that like to get some exercise. It's some beautiful scenery. There's a lot of activity going on down there. And so you can read that at your leisure, but if you want to calculate the distance that you're walking, Paul Looney did put that together with his sign team to make sure that you know where you can walk and what distance you are accumulating in that regard. Next slide, please. So you'll see some educational signs throughout the park. We wanted to try and make sure that we were educating the public, most specifically the rain gardens that you see. Those are the vegetative swales that are designed to basically collect and filter any rain or storm water. We also have milkweed. As you recall, we had a sweet group of young girls from the Girl Scouts come into the Board of Selectmen and kindly asked that we add in milkweed so we could get some monarch butterflies. Just wanted to share with you that we did in fact do that. Moving on to the next slide, please. In addition, we wanted to talk a little bit about Wilmington's agricultural roots. And I see this sign down there as a sign of information, but also, in my opinion, a sign of respect to the Yentile Farm family. As many of you know, they have decades of history at that location, and we felt that it was fitting and appropriate to provide some historical perspective as to how that land has evolved and developed over the years. Moving on to the next slide, please. In addition, as many of you know, Wilmington certainly has its share of wetlands, and we always want to educate people on the environment and the importance of the Maple Meadow Brook and also the Ipswich River. And all of these signs, in my opinion, really do a nice job of giving you the historical perspective of this particular parcel. What I would like to mention to all of you is that when I saw these signs and I was grateful to be asked to approve them, I was quick to ask Paula Looney as to what was the sign company that did the marketing for us. And what I was enlightened to know, and frankly not surprised, but really proud to say, is that our own Valerie Gingrich actually designed these pictures of herself as a graphic artist. And not only is she our planning and conservation director, but she has this hidden talent. So I'd like to personally recognize Valerie for doing this on her own. So that's the best kept secret that we have in the project. So moving on to the next slide, please. So we have an official grand opening date, so we kindly ask that you save the date. The ribbon cutting and open house is scheduled for Saturday, May 13, 2017. This is a rain or shine event, so hopefully you can mark your calendars and join us. The ribbon cutting will start promptly at 10 a.m., and there's a full day of events thanks to the work of Karen Campbell and her recreation team. So it'll start at 10, and it will conclude at 3 p.m., and refreshments will be provided by the Wilmington Rotary Club as well as the Wilmington Sons of Italy, and they'll be donating to us that day, and we hope that you can join us. We wanted to also share with you that there will be additional parking at Textron, which is on Lowell Street, and if we can move to the next slide. Just wanted to give you an illustration of where those parking lots are. You can reference it near the 99 pub area. And just so you know, the spots that are in red, those are the parking spaces. It's over near the tennis courts for Textron. And there is a sidewalk that goes the whole length from those parking spaces to Yentile. So we believe it's not ideal. There are spaces that are there, but we expect that the Yentile spaces will fill up quickly. And we would just kindly ask that you consider using those Textron spaces and use the sidewalk safely to get down to us at the facility. Moving on to the next slide, please. The fundraising, as you know, there's a $1 million goal. We've worked towards that. The Friends of 9 Cross Street is a separate organization, an arm's length away from the town. They've done some private fundraising. This is in no way, shape, or form meant to be an open solicitation to you this morning, but simply just wanted to thank people for purchasing bricks and benches. People have done them in honor of their family, friends, loved ones, etc. Wanted to also compliment and thank the Sons of Italy, We're One Wilmington, and Wilmington Youth Soccer for our most recent donors. And there's more information available at yentilefarm.org. There are still sponsorship opportunities available, so if you're interested in purchasing a brick and you haven't had the opportunity to do so, you certainly can go out onto that website, and those options are still available to you at this time. Next slide, please. And last and certainly not least is just to extend a sincere thank you to each and every one of you. We would not be able to do what we've done over the past 5 years without this assembly here. Started with the land purchase, then it went with the first appropriation for $250,000, and then it went for the major appropriation for the $4.8 million to be able to actually construct the facility, and we were able to do that. We certainly have not taken what you have provided us as an opportunity for granted, not one single minute of the day, and of all the years that we've been working together. We certainly could not have been able to do it if it wasn't for the vision of former town manager Michael Kyra, and then now current town manager Jeffrey Hull, working with their leadership teams to make this become a reality. We had unanimous support every step of the way from the Finance Committee as well as the boards of selectmen that I've worked with, and it's really truly been an honor to work with this committee. I'd like to thank the members of the committee that have volunteered their time, and most specifically the town department heads for joining in a total team effort to make the Yentile Farm Recreation Facility a reality. And last, and certainly not least, I'd like to acknowledge and recognize one gentleman. Aside from all the people that deserve a tremendous amount of credit, there's one gentleman that in the last year has really taken a real premier leadership role as the project manager for this project. This gentleman has the competency and skill set that I think is among the best in the industry. And if I had the opportunity to work alongside this gentleman for a project like this in the future, I would do it every single time. He's kind, he's capable, and he's an absolute true professional, and it was an absolute joy to work with him, and that's Mr. Paul Looney, our town engineer. And finally, I would just like to extend a personal thank you to each and every one of you. It's been a real honor to serve as the chair in this committee for the past 5 years. I'd like to thank former Board of Selectmen Chairman Michael Newhouse for nominating me for this role and for the committee electing me as its chair. And it's been an honor as a point of personal privilege to work on the school committee in the last 6 years on the Board of Selectmen. In the last 9 years has been a tremendous experience. So once again, on behalf of the Yentile Farm Development Committee, thank you.
Thank you very much, Judy. Next, we're going to hear on the Facility Master Study from Public Building Superintendent George Hooper and Planning and Conservation Director Valerie Gingrich.
Can you hear me okay? Thanks, Steve. First of all, I want to shout out some thank yous for the assistance and support that my department had in putting all this together, to the school department, interim superintendent Mr. Paul Ruggiero, and principal Linda Peters. For the IT department, Nate and Joe, they put a lot of this together, and our sound guy that's up there, you won't see him, he does the sound and lighting, that's Tom Brabant. He's a student here at Tyson, he does a wonderful job, and he's done great work here. And to my department and my staff that put this together, I appreciate all their efforts, and they make me look good. So, all right, for the facility master plan, next slide, please. We've been meeting over the past year monthly. This is the committee members. There's 11 of us that are there. Who you don't see on there was past Superintendent Joanne Benton, who had passed. She has put a lot of insight into that. We have the town manager, permanent building committee, director of planning conservation, finance committee, school department liaisons, and of course the Cecil group, Hardeman. The purpose is to establish a guiding strategy on how our funds are going to be spent and looking at the long-term effect over the next 20 years while making upgrades and repairs and investments so that we're avoiding emergencies and putting monies into buildings that we're no longer going to be using. The idea is to fund these improvements and also avoid any bumps in taxes or increases by taking new projects and other buildings off the list once they're paid for, our public safety building and our high school. The existing funds that will be used, we're going to try and use with free cash and other fundings. So we're going to try and do this responsibly. The final report will serve as a capital guide, kind of a living blueprint over the next 20 years. It's something that we're not going to just vote on and have it all set. It's going to be up to you. We're going to be bringing this to town meetings, but it's going to kind of help us move along, see where we're going to be going in the next 20 years. Kind of a roadmap. At this point, I'd like to introduce Valerie Gingrich, your planning director.
Thank you. Before we get to this, I'm going to start with a topic that has been popular over quite some time, and we are looking at, which is a fire substation in North Wilmington. It's been talked about for probably decades, and part of that is because the rail tracks split the town in sort of in half, and we're looking at whether that has any impact on response times. Public safety has gathered a bunch of data about response time, so we're looking at that with our consultant and looking to see if it's an immediate need or if it's a need in the future. So if it's not an immediate need, we'll look at future growth in North Wilmington and try to project when it could be a need and have a way of tracking that so that we're keeping track of whether it's needed. The other popular topic is housing, and as requested by town meeting in 2015, we are looking at housing as part of this process. The first thing we did is we did a survey, and we surveyed folks over 50 years old who are thinking about housing, and we got, I think, 300 responses, which is pretty good, and this was done in 2015, and what we heard back was what we thought is that people want to downsize, but they don't have a lot of options to do so in town. They're looking for smaller units and a range of different types, apartments, condos, single families, where they can downsize and have less maintenance costs. What they told us was that they'd like to be close to shopping, and the responses came from a very wide range of incomes. Everything from, as low as or under $15,000 a year on a very fixed income, up to over $55,000, and those were sort of the parameters that we set to kind of measure a range of incomes. So 2 goals came out of that information. One is creating smaller units near services, and the other is to provide for a range of incomes, and also retain 10% affordable in town in 2020 when the census is taken. So 10%, just to kind of explain that piece of it, if we stay above or at 10% affordable housing across town, we are not susceptible to 40B projects. So those projects can come in, they go to the Board of Appeals, they don't have to comply with local zoning, so they're usually much bigger and built in a way that maximizes the density. The Avalons, Regency, Metro, those are all built that way. So they don't exactly fit into the scale of other development in town. So if we stay above or at 10%, we don't have to accept those. Otherwise, they're sort of as of right. So that 10% number is that's what that means. So as a part of this process, one other thing to explain, often people think of senior housing as Deming Way, which is an older project that the Housing Authority runs. That was built with a lot of state and federal subsidies, with a lot of government money. It's maintained with that money. The rents are very much subsidized. There's not funding for new types of those projects. There's funding to, it's sort of, I think, a fight to kind of keep those projects maintained and keep them running, but there's not new money for that. So we can't necessarily, without spending a lot of money, build something like that. But what we can look at, and what other towns have been doing, is they offer town-owned land for private development of housing. And I use senior housing and over 55 housing sort of interchangeably, just because it's generally age restricted. So that's what I mean by, no matter what age we're talking, it's restricted to an older age. So you'll hear it referred to as either one of those. So this process looks at where we could possibly do housing, where it makes sense to do housing. And how that would work would be that the town would identify a parcel, put it out for, surplus it, put it out for a private developer to propose a project, and then we could put requirements on that. We could say, you need to provide, access to, a new senior center across the street, or you need to design it in a certain way that fits in with the character of the town, and you need to provide a certain number of affordable units. Affordable is defined by the state, and I know this is a lot of information, and I'm happy to go over this after today, but affordable is defined as the state as 80% of area median income. And that is, area median income in this area is about $58,000 for a one-bedroom. So that means 80%, a typical rent would be somewhere around $1,200 instead of market rate, which goes up to about $2,000 right now. So I know it's not as affordable as a project like Deming Way, which has a lot of subsidy attached to it, but it is something that we can require. And then what we can do is write into any sort of RFP or request for proposal, we can write in that if you provide more affordability, you're scored higher, and you get more points for that if we have developments that are proposed. So the plan considers two parcels. Both of them are on sewer, which is a benefit for sure. The one is the parcel next to St. Dorothy's Church. We own that parcel. It's sort of on Main Street and goes back to Glen Road. And these images that you're seeing are not a building design. They're just kind of a conceptual diagram showing that there is enough space to do something like this. I'm not so fond of the horseshoe shape, so I don't know if we would go with that type of style. But the other parcel is Town Hall parcel. And that, just to be clear, we would keep the fields, the playing fields. I know there's been some question about that. We would definitely keep the playing fields behind, and the housing would be up front. I have heard some comments about how housing and early Sunday morning football might not be compatible, so noted. So that might not be the first choice on that, but those are the two parcels that we're looking at and are a part of this process. I'm going to move on to schools. So the committee's looked at baseline scenarios for schools. Those scenarios include keeping everything where it is, keeping all the grades as they are, and just kind of upgrading our buildings. Those scenarios still have a lot of cost to them. So we also looked at consolidating some of our schools, looked at a lot of options. There's a lot of transitions that kids make before they get to the middle school, 3 different schools. And so decreasing those transitions would be a pretty good idea, I think. So that was our goal in looking at our our scenarios for combining things. One thing that was difficult was that a lot of the consolidation scenarios include brand new schools because our schools are so small, right? So if we're taking our small schools and combining grades, we need bigger schools. So it was a little difficult to think about how that might play out. And partway through the process, we were lucky enough to have Joanne Benton propose an idea that made a lot of sense to all of us. Next slide. And this was a sixth alternative that shows 2 pre-K to second grade schools and 2 third grade to fifth grade schools. And on the west side of town, the Boutwell would be closed and repurposed, and the Shawsheen and the west would get additions. These images are not where necessarily those additions would go. It's just sort of, again, showing the scale of what that might look like. So the Shawsheen and west get additions, and they are a pre-K to second and a third to fifth. On the other side of town, the Wildwood is closed, and the Woburn and the north get additions to house the same thing, a pre-K to second and a third to fifth. So this scenario kind of eliminates our schools that are in a lot of need for repair and upgrades, and it kind of works with the investments that we've already made on these schools and keeps a geographical balance while eliminating one of those transitions. And again, as George said, this is a long-term plan that will play out over the next 20 or more years. And so the school committee has endorsed this alternative as a preferred alternative. The facility master plan committee has agreed with that notion, and we're pretty happy with it. So I'm going to turn it back to George.
What Valerie forgot to mention is also, you don't see the middle school up here. It's one of our newer buildings, of course, that opened in 2000. That's from 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and of course, high school. Some of our older buildings, they're not ADA compliant. Back then, they didn't have accessibility. That's some of the big issues that we have with them. And as we have been doing upgrades, our roofing and windows and a lot of these buildings, that's why we're reinvesting in those. And when we do these type of things, when we put these additions on, we have to bring the whole buildings up to code. That makes the energy efficiencies, fire suppression, and accessibility for our students. The next issue is our municipal buildings. We have a baseline scenario where we go in and a lot of the buildings will stay in the locations like the DPW, some of the cemetery garage, and some of the other buildings that are fine where they are, but then we have to look at other ones like the town hall, the school admin building. Are they fine where they are, or do they need to be moved? We also have to do a lot of improvements to these buildings. New roofs, new windows, new heating system. We've repurposed a lot of these. One thing we're really good at here in Wilmington is taking our old buildings and repurposing them. The other different scenarios that we have going on are going to be, again, what are we going to do with our town hall? What are we going to do with the school administration? What are we going to do with our senior center? So we've looked at different alternatives, new buildings to make comparisons. And you'll see a lot of these different scenarios where you get to give your input. And I'll let Valerie explain some of the baseline field.
Okay, so with the baseline alternative, we wanted to start out with everything staying where it is and looking at what that might look like. There were 3 changes that we show here where buildings get additions. The first one is town hall, and you'll see in all of these alternatives, the town hall and the school administration is combined, and that made a lot of sense to the committee just because there's a shared need for resources as far as conference rooms and meeting rooms and just having space administratively to do things. The other thing is that there's HR and IT and IT, and those types of functions can benefit from being close to each other as resources. So in all of these, the school administration and the town administration is combined into one building. In this case, we showed that in a somewhat awkward way, but it's just for illustration. The town hall gets an addition. You can't really add on to a circle building very easily, so it's kind of an annex to the side. The senior center is added on to. Our senior population is expected to about double over the next 10 to 15 years, so additional space is shown for that. And then the library, our population overall is expected to grow a little bit, and we wanted to show that there is space to move into the parcel next door, the bookstore next door space with an addition, and then absorb that function into the new library. So that's what we show here. Next slide, please. This alternative shows a new town hall school administration building at the Swain Bazell site. Either there's two things shown here, either up front closer to the common or set back into that slope. This includes a senior center at the town hall site, taking advantage of the recreational nature of that site. There's room for gardens and outdoor activities. Seniors are very active. There's walking trails, and then there's the existing field space in the back that'll continue to be used by the community. This alternative frees up the St. Dorothy's parcel next to St. Dorothy's, for the development of senior housing. Next slide, please. The third alternative is a new senior center at the Swain Bazell site. So it's rebuilt either up closer to the common or set back into that slope. And a new town hall at the town hall school administration at the St. Dorothy's parcel. And then the town hall site is freed up for the development of senior housing. Next slide. Okay, this is the fourth alternative, which we wanted to show the idea of a new library, since it's been an idea in the past, and get comments on that. What we've been hearing is that people like the library where it is, and would rather have an addition, but we wanted to get feedback on this idea as well. And in this case, a new library is built at the Swain Bazell site, and then the senior center is moved over to the library site. So these are the alternatives that we've been looking at. Next slide, please. Our next steps, we're doing some outreach. I've done some small group forums at the library. You may have seen George and I on WCTV. There's display boards posted in different buildings around town. They're here today. We've been having conversations. We have monthly meetings with the committee, and we're asking you all for your input. We're going to compile the public comments. You can send them to me. You can talk to any of the committee members. You can write on those display boards. I encourage that. And we'll be narrowing it down into a preferred alternative at our next committee meeting. And then the consultant will be issuing a final report this summer. And as George mentioned, that's going to serve as a guide for our capital investments. And each project will go through the town meeting funding process with the idea of spacing out the projects over the long term, taking on a new project as we're paying off another project. So this plan is also not meant to lock us into anything. It's meant to be sort of a living document that we can reevaluate, and it's just meant to help us look forward and make sure we're making the right investments. So thank you.
As Valerie said, none of this is going to be done or completed without you. So if you could come to our meetings that we have, usually room 9 at the town hall, have some input, look at the boards out there, put any suggestions down. And I'd like to publicly thank the committee for all. There's a lot of effort, a lot of hard work that went into this. So thank you very much.
Point of order. Put a microphone, please. State your name and address for the record. And actually, if you could hold that for 1 second until the town clerk can get back. Just hold on 1 second for the town clerk to return so we can enter into the record. So just, in the onset, there's no discussion relative to this, so there has to be a point of order relative to the rules. Do you have a point of order relative to any rules? Or?
Is this about the substation that was first mentioned in the?
Yeah, but there's no discussion relative to this article, so I can't entertain that discussion. So the discussion was before, it was already over, so no further discussion of this article. It was just a report of a committee, okay?
This was previously on a substation article.
Yep, but it's not before the committee now for discussion, so I'm gonna rule you out of order.
All right,
All right, thank you. All right, we're gonna move on to Article 3. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the purpose of paying unpaid bills for previous years or take any other action related thereto. Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the article not be adopted.
I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Motion been made and seconded. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, I put it to a vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 4, see if the town will vote to authorize the treasurer collector with the approval of the selectmen to enter into an agreement under the provisions of Chapter 44, Section 53F of the Massachusetts General Laws with one or more banks doing business in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts during fiscal year 2018 for a term not to exceed 3 years, which will permit the town of Wilmington during fiscal year 2018 for a term not to exceed, to maintain funds of deposit with such institutions in return for said institutions providing banking services or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Loud.
Mr. Moderator, good morning. I move that the treasurer collector, with the approval of the selectmen, be hereby authorized to enter into agreement with under provisions of Chapter 44, Section 53F of the Massachusetts General Laws with one or more banks doing business in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts during fiscal year 2018 for the term not to exceed 3 years, which will permit the town of Wilmington to maintain funds deposits with such institutions in return for said institutions providing banking services.
Thank you very much. Take that as a motion. Do I have a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Sir, can you state your name and address for the record, please? And ladies and gentlemen, not to belabor the point, but before we start a discussion on an article, each time you rise to the microphone, please state your name and address. This isn't to be a pain to anybody. It's mainly for so we can have an accurate reflection of the meeting. So we record it. We know who spoke on what article. And although I might remember your name, there might be a scenario where the town clerk might not know your name and your address for the record. Gentleman in the back.
Yes, good morning. The microphone on?
Yeah, it's on. I can hear you.
Good morning. My name is Kevin McDonald, 140 Andover Street, Wilmington. This is a banking article. Mr. Loud, can you tell us the amount of funds that are on deposit with banks from the town?
Mr. McDonald, can you direct all questions to me, and then I'll further direct it out to the Board of Selectmen of the town manager?
Okay.
So I will direct that to town manager Hull.
Currently, the balance is approximately $59 million.
Okay. I actually put in a public record request for all the bank balances and interest rates and the bank locations, and as of the end of March, it was $59,781,832.12. And we have banks that don't even have branches in town. Matter of fact, we have $6.5 million on deposit with one bank that doesn't have a branch in town, and the interest rate on that amount of money is 0.75% interest. We have some balances that are paying absolutely zero interest on. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in deposits getting 0% interest on. And so you're asking us to enter into agreements with banks for 3 years. And as I'm looking at this public record request that I got, I guess I have a problem with entering into agreements with banks for 3 years for millions of dollars, and large amount of that money is getting 0% interest. I also have a problem when we're depositing very large sums of money in banks that don't have branches in town. It makes me question if the people in Wilmington are paying a great amount of money in taxes so that the deposits can be put into other banks, and these other banks use that money to lend so that other communities are benefiting. And so I'd like to offer an amendment on this article that I move to amend this article so that all deposits go to banks that comply with the Community Reinvestment Act, banks that have branches in this town, and that the treasurer put the money in a bank that pays interest. No more deposits being put in banks that give us zero.
Is that your motion, Mr. McDonald?
That's my motion.
Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Mr. McDonald, can I have that in writing signed by you with your address on it, please? Mr. McDonald, when you write out your amendment, please specify which word you'd like to strike, which word you'd like to insert, or if you're going to amend anything, what exactly the amendment's going to be, so I can properly read it to the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, while we wait for Mr. McDonald to submit this amendment in writing, I remind you all that we will be opening, the motion has been made and seconded, we will be opening it for discussion, and the discussion relative to this amendment will be limited to the desirability of the amendment itself. So ladies and gentlemen, just to clarify, what we're going to be debating here today is or for this article, is Mr. McDonald's motion to amend Article 4 to state that a little better. To state that the article be amended to read that all deposits be in bank branches in Wilmington and that pay interest rates at the highest rate possible. Mr. McDonald, you have to specify with clarity where exactly you want this inserted in Article 4. Whereabouts in Article 4 is this going to be?
Why don't we strike the entire article to say exactly what I submitted there?
So your motion is to strike, not, so it's not, it's just to strike the, so your motion is to strike the article and take up in its place, and the amendment would be to all deposits have being banks and the branches of Wilmington to pay interest rates at or above the highest rate possible. So the whole paragraph to be strict and this paragraph to be added.
Mr. Moderator, I apologize to the people for taking a long time in this article, but it is $59 million. And it's important that we reinvest this money into the bank so that it benefits the people of Wilmington and not other communities. And it's my feeling that by doing that, we can ultimately get a return on real estate investments in town that generate tax money to us, rather than, for example, putting this money into banks that go build bank branches in other towns.
Okay, all right, okay. One second. So I'm just going to make a point of clarification to you. You're seeking to have this entire article stricken, and in substitute for this paragraph, you're going to put your motion to amend Article 4 by striking it and have it read to have all deposits deposited in banks that have branches in Wilmington that pay interest rates at the highest rate possible.
Okay, let me just make a point, okay?
Can you, Ms. McDonald, 1 second. Can you just confirm that's what you're trying to do? Strike an entire paragraph and add another paragraph in?
I think with the aid of town council, we could get this right, because according to the article, it says, to see if the town will vote to authorize the treasurer.
Ms. McDonald, 1 second. The moderator is going to address you, and I am more than capable, more than knowledgeable to know that I can address town council, and I will. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what you're looking to do, because how you presented it to me, it doesn't say strike a paragraph. It just says amend Article 4. So you have to, if you're going to amend something, I ask you to do so with specificity. So I'm asking you to specify what exactly you're trying to amend and how you're trying to amend Article 4.
I'll be clear then. What I'd like to
It has to be in writing, Mr. Why don't you take this back and put it in proper writing? Because right now I can't have this body deliberate on this. Not for discussion yet, sir.
I just have a question.
Point of order?
Just a question.
A question isn't in order right now until we get this. We're waiting. We have a motion that's been made and seconded. We're waiting to get the proper motion in on the floor. As soon as we have discussion, I'll come back to you.
All right, Mr. Moderator, I think I can make this as simple as possible by just...
Mr. McDonald, why don't you approach the stage? Yes, we can, as long as I get it in writing before the vote's taken, Ms. McDonald. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have the motion to amend. It's going to be before us. If you look at page 3 of your article booklet, Article 4, Mr. McDonald made a motion to strike out in the 3rd sentence down, Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and replace that with the town of Wilmington. And then where it says banking services, and Mr. McDonald, correct me if I'm wrong here, you're seeking to add language that says yielding the highest possible interest rate. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so Ms. McDonald, I want to get that written in specificity, but I will allow discussion to be forthwith, and I'll allow you to introduce it first, but make sure by the end of the discussion you put that in there before we have a vote. So go ahead, Ms. McDonald.
Would you like me to read it again or just discuss it?
You can discuss it. I think everyone aware of what we're voting on. Again, we're striking the words Commonwealth of Massachusetts, adding town of Wilmington, and at the end where it says banking services, we're going to add in the words at the highest possible, in accounts bearing the highest possible interest rate per Mr. McDonald's amendment. Mr. McDonald, you have the floor.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. This is an article that year after year gets just passed easy without any really debate or discussion, and it's bothersome to get a public record request and see that we have millions of dollars that are getting like next to nothing in interest rates. And ultimately, the banks have to comply with this statute. The statute is known as the Community Reinvestment Act. And the purpose of that is for our money to be reinvested into our community so that our community benefits from our hard-earned tax dollars. And what I see is I see one particular bank building all kinds of bank branches, but they're not in Wilmington. And I have a problem with that. And I would hope that everybody here has a problem with being taxed and seeing your money be used for the benefit of other communities. And I'm not going to take much time. That's about as simple and about the most common sense way I can put this. And I'm going to trust that each and every one of you here today would join me in this in the hope that our community gets this money reinvested into it so that we start seeing some tax relief from the investment into, for example, elderly housing developments or something like that, that maybe we can get subsidies from the federal and state government.
Okay, Mr. Mallon, keep it to the four corners of the article.
One example, but there's a lot of things that can be reinvested in, and so I really urge you to vote for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Gentleman in the back, state your name and address for the record, please.
James Kropanik, 162 Lake Street. I was just listening to Mr. McDonald here, and from what he was telling me, that we have money in banks that aren't paying us interest. Is that correct?
Can you clarify that? I don't understand what you're asking.
In other words, we have money invested. We have money in our in different savings and loans and whatever banks, and they're not paying us any interest in it. Is that correct,
Mr. Hull?
The vast majority of the money that is in banks is paying interest. There are a couple of accounts where there is no interest, but clearly the vast majority of the money is invested in banks bearing interest. I would also add that this proposed article to restrict to local banks based upon strictly the interest rate is, I think, dangerous because it doesn't consider other issues which the treasurer has to look at, one being the security of the money. Certain banks are more sound than others. Another issue that needs to be considered are the fees that banks charge for services. Right now, the bank that we do most of our business with does not charge fees for services. So, savings rates, as anybody knows who has a savings account, are not great right now. So you can perhaps get 2%, but if you're paying more fees than the 1.75 without fees, it may not make sense.
Thank you, Rich. Mr. McDonald, on a motion to amend, you're only allowed to speak once. Sir, same for you. You're only allowed to speak one time on a motion to amend. I'm going to seek further discussion.
Question? Can somebody yield their time to me?
No, they cannot. On a motion to amend, you're allowed to speak one time for 5 minutes. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'm going to bring this to a vote. Ladies and gentlemen, the vote we're going to take up right now is going to be simply to accept Mr. McDonald's amendment, which I'm going to specify again. It's Article 4 in its entirety by striking out Commonwealth of Massachusetts and inserting the words Town of Wilmington, and after banking services in the last line. Mr. McDonald, again, I need that in writing to specify exactly what it is before we can take a vote on this anyhow. And I will confirm again with Mr. McDonald's amendment when it comes up here. But like I said, it's going to be strike Commonwealth of Massachusetts, add Town of Wilmington, and after banking services, it's going to further insert the words in accounts yielding the highest possible interest rates is what I believe it to be, which was the discussion on. But I need to confirm that with the written request of amendment from Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald, the wording just simply to strike Commonwealth of Massachusetts and add Town of Wilmington, and to insert the language that you want about the interest rates will be fine to suffice in writing here. Thank you very much. Correct? It's correct. So the motion to, again, the vote we're taking up is the motion to amend Article 4, and the specific words used by the moving party is going to be to strike Commonwealth of Massachusetts and insert the Town of Wilmington, and insert the language after banking services in accounts yielding the highest possible interest rates. Again, I'm going to bring this to a vote. This is a motion to amend, so it is in a majority vote, and we are taking a vote on the motion to amend, not on the article itself. All those in favor of the motion to amend as offered by Mr. McDonald, that those words be struck and the subsequent wording be added in relative to the interest rates, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those in favor, all those opposed, say no. No. The noes have it. The motion to amend fails, and now we're going back on the debate on Article 4, the main motion. Do I have any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'll bring it to a vote. We're voting on Article 4. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Voted. And ladies and gentlemen, just as a point of clarity, if for any, throughout the duration of the meeting, if you have any questions relative to the vote will be taken out, please feel free to stand up, approach a microphone, and ask the moderator for clarification. We don't want you voting on anything you don't wholly understand, because as I've said repeatedly in the past, every vote you take here is very important. So please, if you have any questions relative to a vote, I know it can be kind of confusing, just stand and I'd be more than happy to get that answer for you. Thank you very much. Moving on to Article 5, to see how much money the town of Wilmington will appropriate for the expenses of the town and the salaries of several town officers in the department, and determine how the same should be raised, whether by taxation, transfer from available funds, or otherwise, or take any other action related thereto. Ms. Manganelli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that several and respective sums as recommended and presented by the Finance Committee be raised from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town, or by transfer from available funds as may be recommended by the Finance Committee, and be appropriated for the purpose set forth in Article 5. Each budget category, including general government, public safety, public works, community development, public buildings, human services, Wilmington School Department, Shawshene Valley Regional Vocational Technical High School District, maturing debt and interest, unclassified and reserve and statutory charges, to be taken up and voted on in the order they appear, subject to amendment, and each budget category not be open for reconsideration until the entire budget is voted.
Motion moved by Ms. Manganelli. Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee obviously recommends approval. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're now going to take up is a vote on Article 5 to take up the budget by department. And I'll just, you can find that starting on pages 4, and it goes all the way through page 14. So 5 through 14 will have it. So you'll have a vote on total general government. You'll then have a vote on total public safety. You'll then have a vote on total public works. And then the fourth vote will be on total community development, then total public buildings, then total human services, followed by the school departments, which will be 2 separate votes for Wilmington School Department and Shawshene Valley Regional Vocational Technical High School. And then you'll have a vote on total maturing debt and interest, total unclassified and reserve, and total statutory charges, which will be the entire budget. And that's what this first vote will be for. The motion has been made and seconded. I'm going to ask for further discussion on this article. More discussion?
Just get a clarification. When you said going to take it up by departments,
Can you say your name and address again? I'm not trying. This isn't trying to get under anybody's skin or trying. I'm not trying to be a pain. I just want to make sure that we have everyone's name and address for the record throughout the entire course of the meeting.
Kevin McDonald, 140 Andover Street. Just get a clarification before I make my comments. So that people understand, are you taking this up, for example, under all general government as a department, or are you taking up the departments of the general government?
So if you look, total general government will be we're going to vote the bottom line item vote per Ms. Manganelli's motion. So it'll be on page 5, for instance, where it says total general government, $2,638,007 will be the vote will be taken up. You can ask questions relative to specific line items if you specify that, again, with great specificity, but we will not be going into the operation of town government. So any question relative to an exact operation of a town government will be dilatory and out of order. So does that clarify your question, Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Do you have further discussion?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Mr. McDonald, go ahead.
I have several questions, and I would prefer that my time not be used when a person's answering my questions. I'd like to start with town council. On page 5, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Hull, Mr. Moderator, through you.
Thank you very much.
Would the moderator tell us what the appropriated amount was for town council for the next fiscal year?
Mr. McDonald, so what I'm going to advise you here relative to Article 5 is that this vote is specifically to take it up by government. If you have questions relative to specific departments and the money being allocated there too, that questioning would be more relevant and actually would be in order when question 5 or if question 5 passes, if you have a question for a specific line item at that point. So right now...
I guess this is a point of order then, because I have a public record request for the contract of town council that is different than this amount here.
Well, you can bring that up when we get to that. We're not voting on it. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. McDonald, please yield the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, this vote is simply to take up, per Ms. Manganelli's motion, that's the budget in 11 separate votes. I went over those votes. If you have questions relative to any specific line item or any specific sum being allotted to a town department, if they're well-grounded, they will be entertained and addressed by the individuals up here or whoever I deem can best answer those questions. But relative to anything else other than if you do or do not, or the desirability to take it up by department by those 11 votes, that's what this discussion is limited to. So if Mr. McDonald, if you have any discussion relative to your favorability or disfavorability of taking up by those 11 votes, I will entertain it. If not, your discussion should wait until we come to every general department.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'm going to put it to a vote. Obviously, the Finance Committee recommends approval of Ms. Manganelli's motion. Again, we're voting to take the budget up by town department. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Voted. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for the first vote on the budget, the line item portion of the budget, we're going to turn to page 5, where it says total general government. It's in the amount of $2,638,007. Discussion.
Would you like us to take it up in order, like selectmen versus register?
So the vote we're being taken on this exact, this department is going to be total general government. Ms. McDonald, if you have a question relative to any line item falling within the auspices of that total general government line item of $2,638,007, and I deem it to be in order, I will further direct your questioning to the appropriate authority. So why don't you go ahead and ask your question?
Okay. Would it be okay if I asked a question about the town council contract?
You direct it towards me, and I will further direct it. So you just ask a general question. Don't use any names, any authority. I will further direct it out from there, just so we can keep it civil here.
Okay. When I come to town meeting and I read the budget, when I read the town meeting book and I see an appropriation amount, I assume that that's what we're going to be paying an attorney. But when I get a public record request and the attorney's bill is, the attorney contract is $304,000 a year, and that doesn't even include expenses, it makes me kind of wonder if the contracts are being entered into illegally, or if if the town meeting even matters. I mean, we pretty
Mr.
much...
McDonald, can you just, from now until every other question we're going to have on the budget, if you have a question, can you specifically state it, and then I'll get all the information you need if it's well-grounded. So I'm taking it as your question is relative to legal services, what's being budgeted, and what was previously paid for in other budgets. So if your question is, and the only way it would be in order, is for you to say, I see that we're paying money for a certain fee, we're appropriating $275,000 for legal services. Is that what we pay for legal services? I can further direct your question if that's exactly what you're looking for.
Okay, I actually have a copy of the contract. Would you like me to give it to you?
No, I don't need it. I just need to know what your question is relative to this specific line, this vote.
Why do we enter into a contract with town council that doesn't include expenses, and for his services, it's $305,004 per year, and in this book it says $275,000.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. McDonald. I'm actually going to direct the questioning to Mr. Hull. He can go over the contract with town council.
The portion that is reflected in the town meeting warrant covers the appropriation that this body authorizes. In addition to that appropriation, a portion of the cost for town council services, the difference between the $275 and the 305 is paid through water department receipts. The water department, as you know, is a revolving account and is not subject to appropriation, so the difference is associated with water revenue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hall.
Mr. Moderator.
Further discussion?
With regard to that same issue, can you tell us the amount of excess money that the water department has from its receipts that we might consider using to pay this council fee instead of taxing people?
Are you looking for the balance of the water? Is that what you're looking for?
Yes.
You want a balance, Mr. Hall? Balance of the...
I don't have that balance specifically, but the point here is that a portion, because there are legal services that are required for issues related to water operations, there's a portion of the legal bill that is attributed to that. We can't just use water funds to pay the entire council bill. It would not be appropriate.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion?
Yes. I see that quite a few people got pay raises last year. And
can you specify specify the line item you're questioning, Mr. McDonald, because it has to fall within this this total line item for total general government, $2,638,007. So if you can specify exactly what you're questioning relative to this specific vote, I'd be more than happy to entertain your
okay,
question.
I guess let me just explain the reasoning for my question. If people here today felt as though some salaries were in excess, say compared to the average person in Wilmington that's making an income, and they see pay raises last year, I guess the question is, Mr. Hall, can you tell us, say when a guy retires, I think we got the police chief retiring, for example, soon, from what I heard. What percentage of his salary are we going to basically have to pay for the rest of his life?
So, I'm not sure that is within the four corners of this vote here. We're voting on total general government, page 5, bottom line of $2,638,007. And Mr. Hall, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that's the operating budget for general government, correct?
Yes.
For this general government? And does that have anything to do with paying salaries of retired employees?
It certainly doesn't have anything to do with the paying retirement costs for the police chief, no.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Further discussion?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald, you've already spoken twice on this article, so unless you're going to make a point of explanation of something you've already said, you're going to be out of order.
Point of order?
What's your point of order?
Is it not in order to assume that salaries are affiliated with retirements?
Well, that's not a correct question of a point of order. A point of order is for a rule of procedure and or a law. What we're talking about is a vote. You've had your chance to address the assembly twice, and the only way you're going to do that is make an explanation of something you've previously said. I'm going to move to further discussion. Do we have any further discussion? All right, we're going to bring it to a vote. And again, ladies and gentlemen, on these 11 votes in this article, I'm not going to go through this, or if I forget to go through it again, the Finance Committee has recommended approval of each one of these votes, or each one of these line items. So the first vote, total general government in the amount of $2,638,007. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Voted. The next vote we're going to be taking up on, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to explain this before heads start to spin because there was a mistake in the warrant booklet, and I want to get that right out of the way first. So the bottom line on this total public safety, which would be our second vote, is not as it appears in the warrant booklet. The bottom line is actually $9,802,609. And if you follow up the page and you go to salaries, sergeants, there was an erroneous omission from this warrant booklet for the salary of one sergeant, which is in the amount of $66,237. So that recommended appropriation in the right-hand column for salaries for sergeants is actually going to be $372,782, which will increase the public safety police budget at the bottom. You'll see it right under furnishings and equipment. If you follow that over, $9,000. If you go down right there, that new amount will be $45,323.
Question?
Yes.
Jim Burnham, 406 Woburn Street. Just a point of information. Is this for 5 sergeants or 6?
Mr. Hall, I believe it's for How many is for the sergeants?
Five.
Five. So there was, and again, to clarify it, there was an omission of one of the salaries in the recommended appropriation in this book.
So the existing number that's in the book only covered 4 sergeants, and this is a 5th sergeant that we dropped inadvertently.
So,
That's correct. The number under, in the column to the far left, which references fiscal 18-5, is accurate. We erroneously did not include one of the salaries for one of those positions.
so to further clarify that, not to restate what Mr. Hall said, but just make sure everybody is fully informed in the vote. The number of sergeants is correct. Just the number when it carried over, it was short by $66,237. Do I have further discussion? In the back.
Yes, thank you. Kevin McDonald, 140 Andover Street.
Thank you very much.
As far as overtime is concerned, do you have a breakdown, Mr. Hull, of the overtime that was received by, for example, say these sergeants, in addition to their pay?
Mr. Hull?
I do not have that specific information with me, no.
Mr. Moderator, would the chief have that information?
The chief is shaking his head. He does not have that information on hand. No, he does not.
So basically, for this department, we're being asked to give pay raises for people that come to a meeting like this that aren't prepared, that can't give us
all right.
information?
Enough of that, Mr. McDonald. I'm looking for further discussion. Do I have further discussion? Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'm going to put this to a vote. We're on page 7 on the total public safety in the amount of $9,802,609. Again, just to restate that because it will be different in your book as it is, I've edited in mine. Total public safety, $9,802,609. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Voted. The next vote is going to be on page 8. It's going to be under total public works. Ms. Manganelli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the sum of $6,835,409 be appropriated for the Department of Public Works, and to meet this appropriation, $20,000 be transferred from the sale of cemetery lots account, and the sum of $20,000 be transferred from interest cemetery trust funds, and that both amounts be applied to the line item personnel services cemetery full-time, and that the balance of $6,795,409 be raised from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town.
Motion made by Ms. Manganelli. Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Again, it was obviously approved, recommended approval by the Finance Committee. Do I have discussion? I'm going to go down front right here, sir.
Yeah, Jim Burnham again, 406 Woburn Street. I do have a change or amendment I'd like to propose for the Public Works budget, specifically under material and supplies that you'll see in your booklet on page 8, under the subsection Parks and Grounds, which is currently $96,100. I would like to add $3,900 to be used specifically for trash receptacles for the Yentl Farm Park. This addition to bring the total appropriation from $96,100 to $100,000.
Do I have a second? Motion made and second. Can I get that in writing, Mr. Burnham?
Absolutely.
And while I'm... That's a man who's prepared. Again, all right, so we have a motion to amend on the floor, just as we did before. I'm going to read the motion as it was given to me by Mr. Burnham to amend Article 5 under the total line item of total public works, where it says, we're looking at Parks and Grounds, where it says in your motion booklet $96,100. Mr. Burnham has moved on a motion to amend to add the sum of $3,900 to bring the grand total, which will adjust that total on that one, so plus $3,900, and will also affect the bottom line of total public works with the addition of $3,900. Is that correct, Mr. Burnham?
Yes, sir.
Do I have discussion, Mr. Burnham?
Yes, the reason I'm offering this amendment is for a couple of reasons. The first reason is I think it's unrealistic to expect the users of the new Yentl Farm Park to carry in and out all of their trash. Looking around the town, seeing the amount of litter that's strewn on the side of the highways and along the wetlands, I think people throw their trash out one way or the other. To expect people to carry in and carry out is unrealistic. Secondly, I believe most parks in many towns surrounding us do supply litter receptacles in their public parks. So I did check into what these receptacles cost. They cost anywhere from $75 to $750, depending on the type of receptacle, sometimes even going over $1,000. So I thought $3,900 would be sufficient, and I know this has been a controversial discussion item in the town. It's been mentioned on Facebook. It's certainly something that I think the members of the town meeting should have a say for, which is why I offer this amendment. I urge people here to support the amendment because I think it will make for the town being cleaner, not only in the park, but in the areas surrounding the park where people are liable to throw their litter.
Further discussion down front, sir?
John Toth, 54 Fiorenza Drive. I guess it surprises me that we have a plan for receptacles in the current budget, even though you might have the stuff removed by the people when they're through. And is that true? We haven't provided any receptacles?
Mr. Hull?
The reason that we have deliberately not provided receptacles at the Yentile Park is because of the experience that we have had at Silver Lake. You may recall for many years we had trash receptacles there, and the challenge we had was that we don't have staff there to remove the trash on the weekends. The barrels were consistently getting filled and overfilled, and quite honestly, the people who were doing the right thing were putting their material in the trash barrels. The people that chose to not use the receptacles weren't using them. So we decided a couple of years ago that we would have carry in and carry out at Silver Lake, and we have found that we're dealing with much less trash at Silver Lake as a result of that. The expectation here with Yentile is if we put out trash receptacles around, that there will be the same situation where we'll have overflowing trash blowing around the park, and it's just not, I don't think, what we are looking for.
Thank you very much. You only allowed to speak once, but if you want to make an explanation of anything you had said before, I will allow it.
It was just that that's the case now at the lake, that you have less trash than if you had receptacles?
Yes, that is clearly the case. We have much less trash at the lake than we did when we had the receptacles there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hall. Mr. McDonald in back.
Kevin McDonald, 140 Andover Street. Common sense would tell me that if you had, say, 4 trash barrels there and they were overfilled, maybe you put 8 trash barrels there. And then instead of having less trash on Silver Lake, you'd have no trash on Silver Lake. And I would think that this same philosophy that could be used over at the Yentile Farm. And I suspect that in behind the DPW building, we have probably many, many receptacles there so that they can be given to people when they move into town or build houses. So I'm against this amendment. I respect Mr. Burnham's reasoning for keeping the area clean, but to know that we have receptacles, trash barrels down behind the DPW building that can be simply put at the Yentile Farm at 0 cost to us, and if Mr. Hull thinks that everybody's going to carry their trash out, I think he's dreaming. I think that,
Mr. McDonald, we're going to maintain civility throughout the entire duration of the meeting. And if at any point you decide that you're no longer willing to abide by my rules and obey the civility, I'm going to call you to order. Consider this the first time me calling you to order. I don't want you to address anybody by name. I don't want you making lippid comments. I want you to stick to the articles. If you're talking about something, stay within the 4 corners. No insulting language. I cannot relay, not just to Mr. McDonald, but to the entire assembly here. I expect civility, and if I don't get it, I will enforce the rules to make sure civility is maintained throughout this entire duration of this meeting. Nobody comes here, especially, and even if Mr. Hull, who has to be here, you shouldn't be directing comments towards him like that. I'm sure you wouldn't want them directed at you from anybody else in the audience either. So please, again, this is respectful. I ask you to remain civil throughout the entire duration of the meeting today. Is that understood?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to look for further discussion down front. Mr. Sagal.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Carl Sagal, 7 Lawrence Court. I rise in support of this concept. I've lived my life knowing that certain things are unavoidable. Death and taxes come to mind. Garbage comes to mind as well. Having participated in several cleanups of public areas around Silver Lake, going off toward the railroad tracks and whatnot with the Scouts and many other civic organizations, there is plenty of trash in the area. And I believe that management of trash, proactive management of trash, is more effective than ignoring a reality that trash exists. So while we all want to think people will rise to the highest common denominator and will pull out and bring all their trash out that they bring in, the reality is litter exists. And if there's a trash barrel, at least the litter is localized near the trash barrel. If there's no trash barrel, it could wind up anywhere along the route. And I believe that it's been my experience, if you proactively manage something, you may get the result you look for. If you actively ignore a situation, you will get a different result, but it won't always be the result you expected.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Moderator.
One second, Mr. Kyra. Mr. Nelson, can you hear me? Can you please remove that from the area out there? It's distracting, and it actually just shouldn't be there. So I believe that's relative to your article, which you will have time to address the meeting with when it's called to order. Thank you very much. If you can still hear me. Mr. Kyra.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, I don't believe we need to increase the budget on this. Yentile Farm still has over $500,000 in the account, so we can use that to buy receptacles if we need to do that. I think we need to give it a real chance to do it this way. I know that there are some parks, Ipswich River Park, they actually have a location where you can take a plastic bag with you. If you don't want to carry it out, you can put it in the plastic bag and carry it out. There are different ideas that can be done here, but I don't think we need to increase this budget. Yentile has still funds in the account so that if we see that barrels are needed, then they can be bought through there. But we shouldn't have to increase this budget.
Mr. Major in back.
Yeah, James Major, 94 Aldrich Road. I speak in opposition to the amendment. The amendment states that it's for the purchase or procurement of receptacles, but it doesn't take into effect the increased operational costs of following up with those receptacles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Burns down front.
MJ Burns, 9 Pinewood Road. Point of information, is there a snack bar or refreshments served at Yentile Farms, whether they be vending machines or a snack shack?
I believe it's by permit only, but I will let Mr. Hull address it. So you're asking if regularly served or by
Yes.
permit? Regularly served?
If there's vending machines or anything already on at Yentile Farms?
There are no vending machines. Individuals who use the concession building would bring their own items in to eat.
So it would be for private use only in the building of which you speak of?
By permit. So if, for example, one of the youth groups is using the artificial turf field, they can also request to use the concession building. They would bring in their own snacks, their own beverages, and then remove them after.
Sorry, further clarification?
Further clarification is fine, or ask me an explanation of what you explained first. Other than that, you're only allowed to speak one time. Keep it to how you spoke the first time for further explanation.
Okay. With regards to the permitting, section.
With regards to so what you're allowed to do on a motion to amend is you can further seek explanation of anything you had sought the first time. So if it wasn't explained to you correctly the first time, you can seek that.
All right, I'll pass. Thank you, sir.
Looking for further discussion? Mr. McDonald, you've already spoken on this article one time. And it's a motion to amend. You're only allowed to speak one time for 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Further discussion? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I see no further discussion unless Mr. Woods is standing or stretching. I don't know.
A little of both. I would like to speak as the Public Works Director for the town of Wilmington, the person that takes care of these parks, and I just want to let you know that our experience is that the parks that have barrels actually cause us more effort, more manpower to maintain those parks. The barrels also bring in vectors such as dogs not on leashes, coyotes, birds. They tear the trash up, and then that also brings in bees and hornets, which ends up being another issue for us, and we're running down trying to take care of that. What we're trying to do here is educate folks that you know, the earth isn't your trash can. I think you have trash, you bring it in, you take care of it, and you bring it home. We'd like to put up signs educating young folks that this is the way that the world operates. And I think if you go to a lot of the more progressive parks, you will see that carry in and carry out is a policy that they are all using. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'm going to bring the motion to amend to the floor for a vote. And just to specify the impact of this motion to amend, so Mr. Burnham has brought it forth, seconded by Mr. Sagal down front here, and it's to add $3,900 to the line item relative to parks and grounds. So it's to add $3,900, which will bring it to an even $100,000. You can stop me if I'm ever wrong, Mr. Burnham, because it's your motion to amend. And that will have an effect on the bottom line of this total public works as presented by Ms. Manganelli. It would bring that up to prefer it be 600. $6,839,309. So that's exactly what you're voting on with this motion to amend. So all in favor of the motion to amend, which will carry those effects, the addition of the $3,900 and the increase to the bottom line item of this department, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Voted. So the motion has been voted down. We're back to looking for discussion on total public works at the bottom of page 8 in the amount of $6,835,409 down front.
Rondi Holland, 28 Glen Road. I just have a question on the overall budget. Where's the water department expenses? I don't see them listed.
Mr. Hull?
Those are not reflected on the warrant because those are not appropriated by town meeting.
Except water department available funds are appropriated.
Mr. Hall, you can clarify.
So you will see in the budget different transfer items. So there are certain costs associated with public works where money is transferred from the water revenues to pay for salaries, for example, personnel who work and oversee water as well as the other operations in public works.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Mr. McDonald up back.
Yes, Kevin McDonald, 140 Anvil Street. It looks like Mr. Woods is getting a $7,000 pay raise, a little bit more than that. Is that correct?
Please specify the line item you're speaking on, and please, again, do not refer to, and this is the second, this is 2 strikes. So this is the second time I'm having to call you to order. Do not mention anybody by name. I want to know the exact line item, which you can do without specifying somebody's name and what you're questioning relative to that line item.
Public Works?
Which line item within, so that's a bottom line budget of $6,835,409. So which line item above that are you questioning?
Director pay?
Please, can you specify with further specificity so the assembly can follow?
Looks like the appropriation last year was $133,306 per year for salary, and it's going up to $141,414 per year. And so I look at some of the other salaries, and it looks like the director here is being paid more than the police chief, being paid more than the fire chief, and I'm just wondering why there's a need for a $7,000 pay raise.
Okay, I'm going to let Mr. Hull address that.
First of all, by way of background, the superintendent back in 2013, actually the director, he was the superintendent of water and sewer at the time, which was a department with 13 full-time employees, 2 part-time, and 3 part-time seasonal. When the former Public Works superintendent retired, it was my decision to bring the water and sewer divisions under the rest of Public Works and create a full Public Works department. The current Public Works director assumed that role and went from managing an operation of $5.7 million with 13 employees to managing an operation of $11 million, over $11 million, and 50 employees and part-time as well. As a result of that, his compensation was increased and he received a pay grade increase. We have within our management compensation schedule various pay grades, and each pay grade has 7 steps within it. So in this case, the director went to the next pay grade, mid-range, and has been going up each year to the next step. So what you're seeing here in terms of this change from 133,306 to the number of 141 is that the director had received a step increase last year for part of the year, and so the balance of that is playing out in this current fiscal year. In addition, there was a COLA increase, cost of living increase, that was added in there, and that is why this number is as it is.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hall. I'm looking for further discussion.
I'd like to make
Mr.
a
McDonald, you've already spoken on this
I'd like
article
to make a
twice.
motion.
What's your motion?
I'd like to make a motion to amend this article to decrease this budget amount less the amount of the pay raise, and that there be no pay raise.
So you'd have to specify that with the line item you're talking about. So let me know what page number we're looking at here.
Page number 7.
So I'm looking to page 7.
Correct.
And you're looking to amend what line item?
The line item under director, I think we would be safe in keeping his pay salary the same as it's been. It's I think even still at $133,306 a year.
Thank you very much. We're not in discussion yet. Do I have a second to Mr. McDonald's motion? Failing to get a second, I'm going to move on. You failed to get a second. All right, we're going to move on to page 8. We're going to take a vote up on total public works in the amount of $6,835,409, and with $40,000 of that coming from available funds. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Voted. The next vote we're going to take up, ladies and gentlemen, is on page 9 under total community development. It's for $777,487. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'll turn it to a vote. All those in favor of total community development, $777,487, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Voted. In keeping on page 9 under total public buildings in the amount of $4,884,466. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'll move it to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Next vote is going to be on page 10, total human services in the amount of $2,106,870. Discussion. Mr. McDonald, up back.
Yes, Kevin McDonald, 140 Andover Street.
Thank you.
Under human services, specifically the Veterans Aid and Benefits, just have a few questions for that.
Please specify the exact questions. What's your questions relative to the Veterans Aid?
Okay, well, it looks like the budget amount for that is requesting $532,719. And
so you want an explanation as to why it's going up?
No, I just I know part of the reason, but I was wondering if we can find out how many veterans are actually being assisted.
Is the veterans agent in the building? I don't see him here anyways, and I believe, and if I'm incorrect, Mr. Hall can stop me, that is actually confidential. I don't think we can give out that information regardless, even if he was, and I think he would rise and say that. I'm going to look to further discussion right over here. I'm going to look further discussion over here. Sir?
Good morning. My name is Mario Pafalo. I live at 37 Everett Avenue. I'm a veteran of the United States Army, and I receive regular assistance from the VA department in town. From my observations, the Veterans Assistant is under siege by repeated veterans visiting, and when I contact Mr. Smaglio for assistance, for guidance, he is constantly interrupted by calls from veterans asking for information about their benefits, providing them guidance that they need on how to receive their services, helping them with paperwork, and acting in many ways as a social worker, putting him in contact with the various government services necessary for them to get their benefits and the assistance that they need. It is my opinion that one man cannot do the job, and from my observations for a time, there was an additional assistant, and that position is now open due for an advertisement in Town Hall. And the Cork Board requests people to apply for that position. Thus, it is my opinion that they do need the additional personnel.
You can go ahead, keep going. You have time.
There's nothing further.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your service, sir. I know everyone in this room really appreciates it. Thank you very much. I'm looking for further discussion.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Kevin McDonald.
Address?
140 Andover Street.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service, sir. Appreciate it.
Your sentiments appreciated.
One of the comments that he mentioned was that they're looking for an additional employee that was advertised at the town hall. But in the book here, it just shows that there's a director and another salary. So are we increasing it by another person, or did one person leave? Or
Mr. Hall?
And I have some other comments.
The individual who was the assistant did leave, and we are filling that position.
Okay. I just want to make a few comments regarding this.
It has to be to what you've already spoken on, so keep it within the parameters of what you've already spoken on and make an explanation. You can't bring anything new into the conversation here. That's the rule, so I'm going to let you speak and go ahead and speak within the four corners.
Can I ask you a question? Are you saying?
A question?
Yes.
Yes.
Am I not allowed to ask another question about a veterans department?
You should ask them all when you're given the floor the first time.
I know,
So
but
when I give you the floor, you're allowed
cut
to
me
have
off.
it. You can only speak twice for no longer than 5 minutes,
But
okay?
you cut me off, sir, when I try to talk about.
I'm trying to answer your question, Mr. McDonald.
Okay.
In a civil and respectful manner. I
trying to
ask
be-
that you do the same. And
Thank
when
you,
the
sir.
moderator speaks, you desist. Those are the rules. So until I give you the floor and I tell you you can address the meeting, you should not speak. So I'm going to give the floor back to you to make an explanation of a point you've already made. And if you're not going to do that, I'm going to ask you to sit down, because if you go into anything else, I'm going to call you out of order. And that will be strike number 3.
Okay, my point when I first began speaking was the amount of money that is appropriated for this department. And I have some concerns because we're spending quite a bit of money and we can't seem to get answers because of confidentiality.
That's the law, Mr. McDonald. Sorry to interrupt you, but I'm making a point of order and a point of clarification, a point of law. The question you asked that I couldn't give you the answer to, Mr. Smagli is not in the audience, and to the best of my knowledge, it would be against the law for him to answer that question, so continue.
Okay. So I would like to have a couple questions answered. How much money comes into the town for this service from either the federal government or the state or combined that's separate from what Wilmington puts in? And can you tell us how much Wilmington has to put in on top of that?
What other questions do you have? Because I'm not going to let you speak after this.
Okay. The other concern that I have is I spent quite a bit of time down at Deming Way, and that is a facility, and one of my observations is that there are many vacant units there. And
How does that fit within this article, or within this vote of total human services?
I could explain it. It's my understanding that veterans are supposed to get first dibs on those units. And Mr. Semaglia is looking for a $6,638 pay raise. And
all right, Mr. McDonald, that's strike number 3. I've told you not to mention anybody by name. If you want to reference the veterans agent, you call him the veterans agent. We're not going to be referring to people by name. We're not going to be referring to people by name. I'm going to ask you to sit down. I'm going to ask the town manager to answer your question.
I just referred to because the veteran referred to him by name.
Mr. McDonald, I'm going to ask you to sit down, and this is the last time. The next time, I'm calling you to order. The next time I have to do this, I'm going to ask you to withdraw from the meeting. That's a warning. Thank you very much for sitting down. Mr. Hull, can you answer the question relative to Mr. McDonald's question?
With respect to the amount that the town receives, clearly I don't have a specific number before me, but as many of you know, the amounts that are paid out, we receive 75% reimbursement from the state, but the amount that is actually provided in terms of benefits between the state and federal government is well over $1 million, but the veterans agent could address that more specifically.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hall. Sir, further comment in the back?
No, I was just standing by in case there was further questions from me about my statements.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'm going to bring it to a vote. We're on total human services, $2,106,870. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Voted. Schools. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the school vote up in 2 parts. The first part is going to be the Wilmington School Department, and the second part is going to be, or votes 7 and 8. The 8th vote is going to be Shawshene Valley Regional Vocational Technical High School District. In accordance with state law, we're only allowed to vote the bottom line item of this. So just so you know, we're only allowed to vote, you're not allowed to change any of the specific line items that you can see on pages 11 to 12 of the warrant booklet. You can only vote by state law the bottom line of the school department budget. So we're going to take up on page 10 the Wilmington School Department budget in the amount of $38,869,388. Discussion. Sir, go ahead.
John Toth, 54 Fiorenza Drive. This is just a question, and it in some ways relates to a lot of these numbers, but the Williams School Department is one of the biggest up here. And that is, Article 5 is supposed to address also how this money should be raised, whether it be taxation or available funds, and I don't see any available funds in here. But my taxes have been going up quite faster than 2.5%. So how do and this budget is bigger than 2.5% over last year's. How do we pay for the additional money other than asking us? I mean, mine's gone up by 30%.
What's your question relative to the school department? So you asked me within
the overall school department budget. How do we pay for it? It says in Article 5, we'll determine how this shall be raised.
Mr. Hull?
The funds would be raised through the tax levy, through property taxes and other revenue.
And how does that relate to 2.5?
Proposition 2.5 requires that the town's total levy limit, in this case it's approximately $79 million, that total levy limit cannot go up next year more than 2.5% of that $79 million. This is a question that we get often, that people presume that their individual property taxes cannot go up more than 2.5%. What 2.5 says is that the overall aggregate levy limit of all of the property in town cannot exceed 2.5% in terms of its increase plus new growth. So depending upon the values that people, with homes in Wilmington, for example, that's one of the things that we've seen, obviously, in the last couple of years, is that home values have increased fairly significantly. So that, in part, is why some individuals have seen increases in their individual property taxes of more than 2.5%.
Well, yeah, but that shouldn't affect everybody's place, any reassessment. as you said. Everything's been going
Can you talk into the microphone? I think the rest of the meeting can hear you.
Everything's been going up, so everybody should be rising. I don't know why between 2016 and 2017, mine went up over 6%. You know, that's why I'm asking. Does anybody look at how these are going to be paid for, other than pushing the taxes up? And with added building going on, you have a bigger base to work from.
Point taken. I think the town manager's addressed your question. I don't think there's anything further he can give you on that. I appreciate you. I'm going to look for further discussion. Thank you very much, sir.
Point of order?
Actually, we're going to go down front. What's your point of order, Mr. McDonald?
Mr. Moderator, if you have a family member that's an official in the schools, wouldn't it be prudent and ethical to remove yourself or recuse yourself from this article?
Actually, I think you're referring to the next article relative to the Shawshene Valley Regional Vocational and Technical High School District, and I have submitted my appearance of conflict with the town clerk before the meeting today, and I do not believe that my father being on the school committee, the Shawshene Tech, being a special town employee would have any bearing on my ability to take care of this meeting here today. So thank you very much. I appreciate your point of order. I'm going to look forward for the discussion down front. Thank you very much, Mr. McDonald.
Yeah, Jim Burnham,
You're welcome.
406 Woburn Street. A question, I don't know if someone can answer this, about the number of people in the school budget. I see a decrease in administration, central office, and I see an increase in special education and assistance. Is there anyone that might be able to address these changes in personnel within the school department and perhaps comment on why they've changed?
Thank you very much. Interim Superintendent.
Thank you, Paul Ruggiero, Interim Superintendent. Overall, in our budget increased 0.2 FTEs. There has been some moving around with positions. We've moved some positions that were there, say from central office to special ed, because they work more under the special education umbrella, if you will. Overall, the budget increased by 0.2 FTEs, and that was really to bring librarians into each school. So we were able to add and subtract and so forth with just a simple increase of 0.2. We now have librarians in all the schools.
Further discussion? Mr. McDonald, up back.
Yes. When Kevin McDonald, 140 Andover Street, when a situation occurs where a superintendent is terminated,
Mr. McDonald, I'm going to stop you right there. The termination of the superintendent, if anything relative to the question you're going to do is relative to any relative compensation so received?
No.
Okay. I'll make the point of order for the rest of the assembly. That was the FY17 budget. It has nothing to do with this budget, and any information, I was prepared for this, any information people might seek is going to be governed, again, by that same non-disclosure agreement. So, Mr. McDonald,
okay.
Continue.
Would Mr. Ruggiero be able to tell us how much the school department funds have in excess if we have a situation where we have to enter into a situation where we're paying an existing salary and then another salary? I guess, is this over budgeted so that it takes into account that there's some money for situations that might come up in the future?
I don't believe that would be over budget. I think that would be a budget. But Mr. Ruggiero, you're more than welcome to answer that question if you do have a valid answer for it, or if you can address Mr. McDonald's questioning.
Paul Ruggiero. In this budget, we do not have redundant positions, so there is not 2 superintendent salaries in here or anything like that. So it's a pretty lean budget.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Moderator?
Further discussion.
I just get a clarification?
Yes, go ahead.
When you said it's a lean budget, can you tell us about how much extra is built in there for maybe incidentals or unforeseen? Like, in other words, what's the actual needed amount of money versus the cushion? Can you tell us that?
I don't think he referenced the cushion, so I'm going to call that out of order.
So this is exact?
He never referenced the cushion. You're not specifying with proper certainty what you're looking for.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion then.
What's your motion?
Okay, I have it in writing.
If it's to edit, the only thing you can do, just so you know, is to edit the total line item. You cannot edit anything relative to a specific line item in the school budget. It's It's against state law. So can you
Okay,
please, before you take time to write it down, can you please let me know what you're looking for?
Yeah, what I'd like to do is, I have it written down. I move to amend the article to limit taxation for funding this article to the exact expenditure for the product and/or service requested in the article. Appropriated money for this article shall be adjusted and reduced if the expenditure is less.
I'm going to actually have to consult with town council because it would be my understanding that that article will be out of order. The only thing you can do on an article relative to the school department, Shawshene Tech, or Wilmington is to reduce the monetary line number, which would be $38,869,388. I'm going to go seek clarification to make sure I'm correct. If you wait right there, I'll be right with you. And town council has conferred, the only thing you can do is change the bottom line budget item. So you have to put forth your motion to amend would have to seek an amendment of the entire, of the bottom line budget. It's Wilmington School Department, vote 7 on the budget for Wilmington School Department funding. It's Article 5. But you have to put forth a specific number. You can't just say, you can't just throw a hypothetical out there like what you said before out back, that would be out of order. I don't know, I'm going to recognize Mr. Bjork. Mr. Bjork?
I think what I heard was a great question. How can you give exact numbers? And my answer to that would be, how can Mr. Ruggiero, unless he's 100% clairvoyant, give exact numbers? This is exactly what a budget is for, is to predict ideally how much it's going to cost. You cannot possibly know to the penny exactly what it's going to cost. And I applaud Mr. Ruggiero on this budget and on the budgets he's done every year previously. He's been an outstanding administrator of our finances. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator.
As a point of order, if you are going to seek an amendment, which you have to put forth right now, the amendment has to be, like I said, a specific number. So if you don't put it forward or you don't think you have it, your motion's out of order.
I'm gonna submit this motion, okay? And what I want to add to it is
you can't add anything to it, Mr. McDonald. The only thing you can
make this
Mr. McDonald, I'm talking. When the moderator's speaking, the moderator has the floor. The only thing you can do on this article for the Wilmington School Department is put forth to the Assembly for a vote on a motion to amend an exact monetary value of what you seek to fund the school department at. And just as an additional point of order, there is a minimum threshold amount, so you should be mindful of that, what the minimum threshold amount it is to fund the school department before you put forth your motion.
Can you tell us what that is, please?
I don't know. It would have to go. It would have to be submitted to the Commissioner of Revenue.
So anybody here, other than me, that would like to put forth a motion, none of you have paid officials up there can tell us what the minimum threshold
All right,
is.
Mr. McDonald, you're out of order. I'm going to look for further discussion. I'm going to look for further discussion. You don't have a, Mr. McDonald, you're out of order. You don't have a monetary value you want to submit. Thank you very much, Mr. McDonald. At this time, after your last comments, I'm going to ask you to voluntarily withdraw from the meeting. If you don't withdraw from the meeting, I'm going to ask that the chief please, or one of his designees, please remove you from the meeting. Thank you very much. Chief, can you please remove Mr. McDonald from the meeting?
Mr. Moderator, would you give Kevin one more chance?
Mr. Burnham, no, I've already warned him. This might have been the 6th warning, so thank you very much. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but we're going to wait for Mr. McDonald to leave the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please take your seats? Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. McDonald has been called out of order on multiple occasions today. He is now refusing to leave the auditorium, so I've directed the chief to sit next to him. He will not be recognized for the remainder of the meeting, and this action is being taken because, again, he refuses to leave the auditorium, and I don't want to have to put it on the chief to physically remove him here from. Just so you know, it's well within the moderator's authority under Massachusetts general law to order anybody from a meeting after he has called them to order, let alone called them to order many times. So I just want to make that abundantly clear. This is not going to be, I'm not setting any precedent. I'm just helping, I'm helping to thwart a situation that should never need to be, but apparently it's going to be. So I'm going to let you all know this is not going to set, again, any sort of future precedent. We're going to move on with the meeting. Mr. McDonald will no longer be allowed to address the meeting because he has been ordered here from, but he is refusing to leave the assembly. So, without further ado, let's get back to business. We're on Wilmington School Department. It's the 7th vote we're taking on this budget. It's for the amount of $38,869,388. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Voted. Next vote is on Shawshene Valley Regional Vocational Technical High School in the amount of $4,182,233. All those in favor? Do I have any discussion? Excuse me. Discussion? Discussion on Shawshene Tech? Seeing no discussion, I'll put it to a vote. It's on, it's on page 10, right below the Wilmington School Department. Bottom of the page. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, I'm going to put it to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Voted. Next vote we're going to take off is going to be on total maturing debt and interest. Again, this is on page 13. Ms. Manganelli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the sum of $3,800,316 be appropriated for maturing debt and interest, and to meet this appropriation, the sum of $118,120 be transferred from Water Department available funds and be applied to the line item maturing debt and interest, water, and that the sum of $2,000 be transferred from Water Department available funds and be applied to the line item maturing debt and interest, authorization fees, and miscellaneous debt, and the balance of $3,680,196 be raised from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town.
Motion been made. Do I have a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. Look for discussion. Mr. Burnham down front.
Yes, Jim Burnham, 406 Woburn Street. I do have a question. It's probably included in the overall detailed town budget, but just for clarification, this is maturing debt and interest. What is the total indebtedness of the town of Wilmington at this point, or at the end of fiscal 2017, or whatever date you may have?
Thank you very much. Mr. Hull. Be with you in 1 second, Mr. Burnham.
The total combined debt, when including the high school and the various other debt, is approximately $55 million. And that is to be paid over various terms. Some of it is will be retiring within the next 4 or 5 years. Obviously, the school will be a longer term.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we'll take it up for a vote. We're on total maturing debt and interest. It's at the top of page 13 in the amount of $3,800,316, of which $120,120 being taken from available funds. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Voted. The next vote we're going to take up is going to be on page 13, total unclassified and reserved. Ms. Manganelli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the sum of $16,829,058 be appropriated for unclassified and reserve, of which the sum of $104,880 be transferred from Water Department available funds and be applied to the unclassified and reserve insurance account, and the sum of $306,711 be transferred from Water Department available funds and be applied to the unclassified and reserve employee life and health insurance account. And that the sum of $35,186 be transferred from Water Department available funds and be applied to the unclassified and reserve Medicare Employees Contribution Account. And that the remaining balance of $16,382,281 be raised from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town.
Discussion.
Jim Burnham again, a question. I see that we have Medicare employers' contribution. Why is there no Social Security employers' contribution in the budget?
Mr. Hall.
Municipal employees are exempt from Social Security, but they do pay the Medicare tax.
Further discussion? Down front.
Joe Tierney, 8 Federal Street. I just want clarification on the large increase on the employee health and life insurance line item from $10,865,000 to $13,612,000. Could someone explain the increase? Thank you.
Mr. Hall.
I couldn't understand.
His question is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, sir, employee health and life insurance last year he wants to know, I think what you're actually questioning is the increase from FY16 to 17 because the 17 appropriation and the 18 appropriation are the same. So is that your question? So the question, what you're asking would be for the prior year, but I mean, if you have that information, I'd be more than happy just so you can know.
Yes, the health insurance, health and life, the largest part of that is clearly the health insurance, and it's all based upon claims experience that the town has. All of the employees who are on health insurance have health coverage, and every year we meet with our health insurance representatives, and they advise us of the expected increase from year to year. Fortunately, from going from fiscal 17 to fiscal 18, based upon claims, we're not seeing any increase, but we did have a negative claims experience going from 16 to 17. So it's a factor of claims experience and then the cost of reinsurance to cover our large losses.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it to a vote. We're on, sorry about that. Total unclassified and reserve, again, that's on page 13. And the total line item is going to be $16,829,058, of which $446,777 is coming from available funds. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Voted. Mr. Police Chief, I asked that Mr. McDonald not rise to speak on any amendment or any question or any motion on the floor. I see that he has risen. Can you please remove him from the Assembly Hall? And ladies and gentlemen, the last vote we're going to take here today is going to be relative to statutory charges on page 13. Ms. Manganelli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the sum of $10,832,024 be appropriated for statutory charges, of which the sum of $793,349 be transferred from Water Department available funds and be applied to the statutory charges retirement contributions account, and that the remaining balance of $10,038,675 be raised from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town.
Motion, do I have a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Mr. Burnham.
Yes, Jim Burnham, 406 Woburn Street. Big question on this. Obviously, the retirement contributions is the biggest portion of the statutory charges, and I see that it's gone up quite a bit. What percent of our pensions are funded? In other words, I've read many articles saying there's a deficit in terms of funding public employee pensions. With this statutory charge, will we be 100% funded for all of our employee pensions? And if not, what percentage will we be funded for?
Mr. Hall.
retirement assessment, Middlesex County Retirement sets these assessments so that between now and 2034, we're required by law to be fully funded. So this assessment is intended to get us to that point over the next 15, 20 years. In addition to that, obviously, one of the things that we've been doing is to, the last couple of years, make advance payments to further pay down our liability, as well as setting money aside.
So again, I asked the question, what percent are we?
Mr. Burnham, just in order, again, to maintain civility, when you rise to speak, you have every right to do so. You've only spoken once. This will be your second time. Just wait until I call on you, okay? Mr. Burnham, go ahead.
Yes.
Further discussion.
So I asked the question again, what percentage of our pensions are funded as of this year? Maybe the Finance Committee might know this. This is a pretty big question. You say by 2034 we should be funded, but where are we today?
I believe the last number that I saw was approximately 40% funded.
Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, I'll bring it to a vote. We're on total statutory charges, bottom of page 13, $10,832,024, of which $793,349 coming from available funds. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Voted. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the line item portion of our budget. And we're going to move on now to Article 6. And just so you know, before I get into reading Article 6, it is the practice of this town meeting to take each of these respective votes up one by one, and we start by department. So it would go Police Department, Fire Department, DPW, Public Buildings, Elderly Services, School Department. I'll get that out of the way. I will address it again later. But we're on to Article 6. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute, a sum of money for the purchases of new and/or replacement capital equipment, including but not limited to the following items, and further to authorize the sale, trade-in, conveyance, or other disposition of any equipment being so replaced, such funds spent by the town department so indicated with the approval of the town manager, and to the extent set forth in Chapter 592 of the Acts of 1950 with the Board of Selectmen as follows. For the Police Department, purchase of 5 replacement police cruisers, and the purchase of 1 replacement animal control vehicle. For the Fire Department, the purchase of 1 replacement ambulance. For the Department of Public Works, purchase of 1 heavy-duty dump truck with plow and sander to be assigned to the Highway Division. Purchase of 1 heavy-duty 1-ton utility body truck with plow to be assigned to the Highway Division. Purchase of 1 pickup truck with plow to be assigned to the Parks and Grounds Commission. Purchase of 1 tractor to be assigned to the Parks and Grounds Division. Purchase of 1 heavy-duty tree chipper. For the Public Buildings Department, the purchase of 1 Ford Escape to replace a 2011 Ford Crown Victoria. The purchase of 1 Ford F-150 pickup to replace a 1999 Ford Ranger. For the Elderly Services Department, the purchase of 1 replacement handicap accessible van. And for the School Department, the purchase of 1 student transport van, or take any other action related thereto. And just as a point of information, the Finance Committee has recommended approval of all these appropriations in all these motions, which will be set forth by the Selectmen. So for the Police Department, the purchase of 5 replacement cruisers. Mr. Bendel.
Mr. Moderator, I move that $270,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase of 5 replacement police cruisers for the police department, and further the sale, trade-in, or other disposition, if any, of said replaced vehicles is hereby authorized.
Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Motion moved and seconded. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, we'll put it to a vote. Purchase of 5 replacement police cruisers. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. And the monetary allotment was $270,000 for that. Still on the Police Department, the purchase of 1 replacement animal control vehicle. Mr. Kyra.
Mr. Moderator, I move that $50,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase of 1 replacement animal control vehicle for the Police Department, and further the sale, trade-in, or other disposition, if any, of said replaced vehicles is hereby authorized.
I have a motion moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, we're on the purchase of 1 replacement animal control vehicle in the amount of $50,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. We're on the Fire Department, purchase of 1 replacement ambulance. Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $320,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase of one replacement ambulance for the fire department, and further, the sale, trade-in, or other deposition, if any, or said replaced vehicle is hereby authorized.
Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Motion moved and seconded. Discussion. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Linda Toth,
You can pull it down if you want.
54 Fiorenza Drive. I was just looking at last year's budget, and we voted in a brand-new ambulance, or the cost for a brand-new ambulance that year. Do we have 2 or 1 ambulances for the town of Wilmington?
Mr. Hull?
We have 2 primary ambulances, and these ambulances, it's recommended they be replaced every 3 years or thereabouts. And so this, the ambulance that we have just arrived within the last month or so. This will be the 2nd ambulance that we will be replacing.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'll put it to a vote. Purchase of one replacement ambulance, a monetary allotment of $320,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Moving on to Department of Public Works. Purchase of one heavy-duty dump truck with a plow and sander to be assigned to the Highway Division. Mr. Loud.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $137,000 be raised and appropriated from the fiscal year 18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase of one heavy-duty dump truck with plow and sander for the Department of Public Works, and further, the sale, trade-in, or disposition, if any, of said replacement vehicle hereby authorized.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'll put it forth to a debate. We're on Department of Public Works. The purchase of one heavy-duty dump truck with plow and sander to be assigned to the Highway Division. Monetary allotment of $137,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Still on Department of Public Works. Purchase of one heavy-duty, 1-ton utility body truck with plow to be assigned to the Highway Division. Mr. Bendel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $70,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase of one heavy-duty, 1-ton utility body truck with plow for the DPW, and further, the sale, trade-in, or other disposition, if any, of said replaced vehicle is hereby authorized.
Do I have a second? Motion been moved and second. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'll put it to a vote. Still on Department of Public Works. Purchase of one heavy-duty, 1-ton utility body truck with a plow to be assigned to the Highway Division. Monetary allotment of $70,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. In keeping with the Department of Public Works, purchase of one pickup truck with plow to be assigned to the Parks and Grounds Division. Mr. Kyra.
Mr. Moderator, I move that $38,500 be raised and appropriated from FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase of one pickup truck with plow for the Department of Public Works, and further, the sale, trade-in, or other disposition, if any, of said replaced vehicle is hereby authorized.
That's a motion. Do I have a second? Second. Motion moved and seconded. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, we'll put it to a vote. Again, we're on Department of Public Works. Purchase of one pickup truck with plow to be assigned to the Parks and Grounds Division. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Still on Public Works. The purchase of one tractor to be assigned to the Parks and Grounds Division. Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $52,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase of one tractor for the Department of Public Works, and further, the sale, trade-in, or other disposition, if any, or said replace equipment is hereby authorized.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'm going to put it to a vote. We're still on the Department of Public Works. Purchase of one tractor to be assigned to the Department of Public Works and the monetary allotment of $52,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. The last line item in the Public Works of this Article 6 is going to be the purchase of one heavy-duty tree chipper. Mr. Loud.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $68,500 be raised and appropriated for the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase of one tree chipper for the Department of Public Works, and further the sale, trade-in, or other disposition, if any, of said replaced vehicles is hereby authorized.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Motion been made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'll put it to a vote. Last item in the Department of Public Works here, purchase of one heavy-duty tree chipper in the amount of $68,500. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. On to public buildings, the purchase of one Ford Escape to replace 2011 Ford Crown Victoria. Mr. Bendel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $24,100 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase of one Ford Escape for the Public Buildings Department, and further the sale, trade-in, or other disposition, if any, of the said replaced vehicles is hereby authorized.
Do I have a second? Seconded. Motion been moved and seconded. Discussion. Sir, down front.
John Toth, 54 Fiorenza Drive. I was just wondering what this vehicle was used for.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you just speak closer to the microphone? I think it's hard to hear you.
Sorry. What this vehicle is used for, and exactly, it's only a 2011, why it needs to be replaced?
Mr. Hall.
This vehicle will be operated by the Public Works Superintendent. The existing vehicle has 85,000 miles on it. It's in poor condition, and also the other issue that we're looking to do is get the Crown Vics out of the fleet because they're not particularly energy efficient, and going with smaller vehicles.
Point of clarification. You can ask. You can clarify your prosecution.
On this, the disposition of the old one. What happens to any funds that we get for that?
So when you sell it, where the funds go from the sale of the old Crown Vic?
Is that part of the general revenue?
Mr. Hall.
The sale of the proceeds from the sale of vehicles goes back into the town's general fund.
Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, we'll bring it to the vote. We're on Public Buildings Department, the purchase of one Ford Escape in the amount of $24,100. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. In keeping with Public Buildings Department, the purchase of one Ford F-150 pickup to replace a 1999 Ford Ranger. Mr. Kyra.
Mr. Moderator, I move that $27,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase of one Ford F-150 pickup truck for the Public Buildings Department, and further the sale, trade-in, or other disposition, if any, of said replaced vehicles is hereby authorized.
Motion made. Do I have a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'll bring it to a vote. We're on the Public Building Department, the purchase of one Ford F-150, monetary allotment of $27,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Voted. On to the Elderly Services Department, the purchase of one replacement handicap accessible van. Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $55,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase of one handicap accessible van for the Elderly Services Department, and further the sale, trade in, or other disposition, if any, of said replaced vehicles is hereby authorized.
Motion is made. Do I have a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'll bring it to a vote. Under Elderly Services, purchase of one replacement handicap accessible van, monetary allotment of $55,000. All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed say no. Voted. We're on the School Department, the purchase of one student transport van. Mr. Lau.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $30,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase of one student transportation van for the school department, and further the sale, trade-in, or disposition, if any, of said replaced vehicles and is hereby authorized.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded, discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'll bring it to a vote. From the school department, purchase of one student transport van, amount of $30,000. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Voted. That concludes Article 6. We're going to move on to Article 7. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the purchase of shared storage environment between police and town server infrastructure, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Bendel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $45,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase of a shared storage environment between the police department and the town server infrastructure.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of this article. Discussion. Mr. Burnham.
Yes, sir. I'd just like to ask, what is this shared storage environment? Is this a computer server, or what does it consist of, and why is it needed?
I'm going to direct your question, and I'm also going to be a little bit of a pain. Just make sure you say your name and address every time you get up to speak. I know it's monotonous, but it helps the town clerk. Thank you very much. Mr. Hall.
The intent here is to allow the existing servers we have, some of which are located in the public safety building, the police department, others are in the town hall. It would allow these servers to essentially connect with each other. Right now they're essentially operating in a siloed fashion, and by allowing this shared storage arrangement, the servers will be interconnected so that if one or more of them fail, the others would serve as a backup.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'm going to put it to a vote. Article 7, relative to the shared storage environment between police and the town server infrastructure in the amount of $45,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Moving on to Article 8, see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the replacement of approximately 20 network switches throughout the general government IT environment, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Kyra.
Mr. Moderator, I move that $45,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase of approximately 20 network switches throughout the general government IT environment.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of this article. Further discussion?
Jim Burnham, 406 Wilmington Street. Sorry to be a nudge, but I've purchased switches before. $45,000. Can I ask, like, what we're getting for $45,000? What specifically cost $45,000 for 20 network switches?
Mr. Hall.
I would defer to our IT director, Kendra McCormick.
Ms. McCormick.
So this cost includes a core switch will be located at the public safety building, which then connects into our fiber network, which we've done a lot of investment in to connect all of the town buildings. The equipment required to connect switches to the fiber network are very expensive, and we need to upgrade what we have. So what we have is outdated, and we can't continue to converge the network without this equipment. So it includes the core switch, all of the connectivity for the fiber network, as well as individual switches for every town building to connect back. Does that answer your question? Sure. Well, network technology has improved since our switches were put into place. And with the equipment that we have now, we're very limited into how much we can scale the network. So we cannot connect the networks between public safety and town without the new technology. So we're maintaining a siloed environment right now without this technology. This technology allows us to further converge the network as well as the servers as part of the previous article item. We could not do the shared storage environment without also upgrading our network equipment.
Thank you very much. And as innocent as that cross-meeting conversation might have been, I'm going to ask if you have to clarify anything, if you please stand at the microphone and speak and wait to be acknowledged by the moderator, just so we can keep and maintain the rules of order. And again, it helps maintain civility, even if it is civil. It's those conversations that can get, thank you very much, Mr. Stagel. Those conversations that can get a little heated. So please don't address comments across. If you want further clarification, please address one of the microphones, address them, wait to be recognized by the moderator, and I'll give you your chance to clarify that question. Thank you very much. All right, so we're on Article 8, further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, I'm putting to a vote. It's for replacement of approximately 20 network switches throughout the general IT environment. Monetary allotment of $45,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 9, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the replacement of computer workstations throughout the general government departments, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $30,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase of computer workstations throughout general government departments.
Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion. Gentleman down front.
Jim Burnham, 406 Woburn Street. How many workstations will this purchase?
Mr. Hall.
25.
Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, I'll bring it to a vote for the replacement of Article 9, replacement of computer workstations throughout general government departments. Monetary allotment of $30,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Voted. Moving on to Article 10, to see if town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the purchase of 3 servers for town infrastructure and additional VMware licenses, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Lau.
Mr. Moderator, I move that we raise $15,000 to be raised and appropriated from FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase of 3 servers for town infrastructure and additional VMware licenses.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Discussion. Gentleman down front.
Carl Sagal, 7 Lawrence Court. Is this related to the last 3 articles where they all seem to be related to, in my mind, so I'd like a clarification. Is this related to the shared server?
So you're asking if Articles 9 and 10 are in relation to the Article 8? Would it be the switches?
8, 9, 10.
Okay.
Yeah, they all seem to be.
Down front here.
Kendra McCormick, IT Director. These 3 servers specifically are to replace end-of-life servers in the police department. So, no, it's not. I mean, it's related in that they're all connected, but we need to do this item whether or not we do the other items. These servers, they recommend about 5 years for an enterprise-level server. We'll be reaching 5 years in this next fiscal.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'll bring it to a vote. We're on Article 10, purchase of 3 servers for town infrastructure and additional VMware licenses, and the monetary allotment of $15,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Voted. Article 11, to see if town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the purchase of electronic control weapons, tasers, for the Wilmington Police Department, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Bendel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $32,500 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase of electronic control weapons for the police department.
Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Motion been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Down front here.
Jim Burnham, 406 Woburn Street. A question I have is why are these necessary to add to the police armory? And what situations in the past would have warranted, or how would the tasers have been useful in the past situations if we had them? Because I stand in opposition to this article.
I'm going to actually, if the chief's back there, if he wants to address it, I'll give him the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yeah, we do have a specific incident that occurred a couple of years ago at the train station in the center of town, where where a mentally ill individual had attacked several commuters with a knife. The officers responded, engaged in a roll-on-the-ground battle with the individual, which he broke free from, taking one of their weapons, and barricading himself next to the old Sweetheart Plastic building. It was a good, long standoff, went over 25 minutes, and in which that time we did not have tasers. And at that point, it would have been a very unfortunate incident if the individual had charged one of the officers, because at that point, the less lethal munitions we used on him did not work, and the next option would have been to shoot to stop, which would have been unfortunate for anybody. I remind town meeting that obviously police use of force is a hot button issue throughout the country at this point. I have seen the use of tasers extensively, as my commander is a SWAT commander for the regional SWAT team. And in these situations where you can't really go hands-on with somebody that has an edged weapon or a dangerous weapon, the only other option at that point is to get them to comply, which especially in these situations they choose not to. It's a scary situation. This is a life-saving device. This is not something, although it is a weapon, it's not something used to kill people. This is designed to incapacitate people without using impact munitions on them or shooting them, which is another alternative in that situation. This is a state-of-the-art project. The state of Massachusetts approved the use of them several years ago through much vetting and much discussion. This is the kind of the wave of the future at this point, so to speak.
Thank you very much, Chief. Down front.
John Toth, 54 Fiorenza Drive. Just asking if we're building up the number of tasers we have. This is the exact same motion, or Article 8 last year, that we approved.
Chief? Chief, to answer the gentleman's question down front.
Thank you. This was, although we did originally in the police request for the budget last year, request the full amount that we had programmed for on that time, it was requested that the budget be spread out over 2 years by the town manager. He can speak more specifically as to why.
Excuse me. So this is the second year, if I understand it right?
It is, I believe, yes. So it's the second year. Ma'am, out back.
Sister Mildred Rothwell, 28 Deming Way. Pertinent to voting on this, I would like to know about the education and training of our police for the use of tasers.
Chief?
Yes, thank you. It was a very good question. There is state standardized tasing training relative to taser. There's also taser recommendations for the program. We would look to exceed the minimum standard for that. This is a tool that is used in conjunction with all of the other tools that the police department possesses. And transitioning, I guess, is part of the key back and forth between a lethal force situation to a less lethal force situation would be taser, and then back up again, is something that you really can't have a small amount of training on. So we would look at the first year to go as high as 12 hours on training for this, and the minimum requirements are 6.
Thank you very much, Chief. Gentleman in the back.
Joe Wilson, 5 Dayton Drive. I rise in support of this article. We have a professional police department, a well-trained police department, and a well-led police department. It only makes common sense, especially when this is the second year of the program, to give our professional police department all of the tools that they need to do their job professionally. That situation the chief spoke about at the train station, that could have turned very ugly and very unfortunate. These tools will give them the tools they need to do their job properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gentleman down front, and then I'll go back to you, Mr. Collins, after that. Mr. Segel.
Carl Sagel, 7 Lawrence Court. I also rise in support of this. I believe that our police department needs to have the tools that they determine are appropriate, and I am in support of non-lethal, another step along the line between a conversation and lethal force.
Thank you very much. Mr. Collins and back.
Walter Collins, Fair Meadow Road here in beautiful Wilmington. I think we, as voters and citizens, we have a lot of things to be thankful for in Wilmington, not the least of which is a well-trained, proactive police department. I think that this is a good expenditure. Anything that gives the officer an extra edge on not using deadly force is a good investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? Mr. Moderator. Mr. McCoy.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't think I would be speaking on this article, but I totally believe in it. We went back and forth at a Board of Selectmen's meeting. We really need to give our police officers all the tools. And I just got to say, on a personal note, the gentleman from 5 Dayton Drive, I totally agree with you. And on a personal note, that lot, that used to be my grandmother and grandfather's house lot, so I want to say hello to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the point and for the tidbit of information. Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. In full disclosure, I was remiss in mentioning, I didn't get a specific question on the budget aspect of it, but this is looking to be a 3-year progression. These aren't cheap tools, but they are life-saving tools in the process. We've had extensive discussions with the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee and many others who ask questions relative to this program. It's our belief that it is the right way to go. I feel that deploying it throughout the entire department for every officer to have one is imperative, only because in our situation at the train station, we called in another community to come out, and it was actually ended by the utilization of the taser. The individual went directly to the hospital, received treatment. It was certainly a mental health issue at that point. So, you know, I vehemently believe in this program. I think it's the proper way to go. It gives us another tool in our tool belt to address a really critical uptick in mental health for society, where we've seen these volatile situations occurring more and more frequently. This really wasn't the concern for many of us 10 years ago. In the progress of society developing, it is a real issue today, and it happens with the police department on a regular basis. So I thank folks at town meeting for supporting this.
Thank you very much. I know it sounds like we got some support here for the police, and I know I appreciate your support here today, especially. So we're on Article 11. Further discussion? I see none. I'm going to bring it to a vote. Article 11. Go ahead.
Point of information, how much will all the tasers cost, and when do we expect to do another appropriation?
Chief?
Defer to the department expert on the cost, Deputy Chief Richter.
Thank you very much. Chief Richter? Mary Ann, your residential address? Residential.
Robert Richter, Deputy Police Chief and apparent expert on that. The final total cost for this program we're looking at is $118,085.37.
Further discussion?
Mr. If I could just add one thing to that, just to be clear. I mean, when we talk about the total cost, this is the cost for the tasers. There's which is the unit itself, but similar to regular weapons, there's bullets that, in the case of guns, in this case, there are these cartridges that have to be purchased and will ultimately be used during the course of training and so on. So there would be an ongoing cost associated with that, but the cost of the taser itself is the $118,000.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'll put it to a vote. Article 11 for the purchase of electronic control weapons, also known as tasers, for the Wilmington Police Department. This monetary allotment at $32,500. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted. Article 12. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the installation of high-density storage system for storage of evidence and property in the possession of the Wilmington Police Department, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Kyra.
Mr. Moderator, I move that $25,000 be raised and appropriated from FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the installation of a high-density storage system for storage of evidence and property in the possession of the Wilmington Police Department.
Motion been moved. Do I have a second? Second. Motion been made and seconded. Discussion. And is this just for point of is this a picture of what we're voting on right here?
It is. So the intent here is we are running out of space in the public safety building in terms of storage of evidence, So similar to what you might see in a medical office where they have medical records and they have collapsible files, these work in a similar fashion, although obviously the storage components are a little bit different.
Further discussion? Chief, you have some input?
Just answer any questions available.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we'll put it to a vote. We're on Article 12, the installation of high-density storage system for storage of evidence and property in the possession of the Wilmington Police Department. Monetary allotment of $25,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. On Article 13, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the purchase of steel secure storage trailer for the newly completed firing range, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $20,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase of a steel secure storage trailer for the newly completed firing range.
Do I have a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'll bring it to a vote. We're on Article 13, the purchase of a steel secure storage trailer for the newly completed firing range. Monetary allotment of $20,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. On Article 14, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the purchase of a video surveillance system to monitor the exterior of the public safety building, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Loud.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $30,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase of a video surveillance system to monitor the exterior of the public safety building.
Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Gentleman down front.
Joe Tierney, 8 Federal Street. My question is, have there been any incidents that would have required video surveillance to be used, and generally why is this necessary?
Okay. Chief?
Yeah, absolutely. Good question. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, town meeting. Yes, we had a specific incident where an individual called the regional call-in center through a 911 and basically claimed that he was looking to commit suicide by police officer, which is another uptick in the concerns that we have in law enforcement today. It was directed towards the town of Wilmington as an individual that we know. Problem is that goes to the regional center, which is at the Essex County Sheriff's Department. By the time it got transferred to us, the information was convoluted in some way, and it didn't get to us directly. When the officers stepped out the rear of the station, his car was already in the back lot. At that point, it would have been more safe for us to be able to go in and take a quick look and see where the individual went. They were able to locate the individual on the other side of the pond, sitting in darkness. Kind of a scary situation. Once again, we were able to get that individual to a hospital, get some assistance, and get some help. But these are real concerns, folks, and they happen quite frequently. I know we don't put them in the newspaper quite often, but the whole dynamic of law enforcement is changing. This will allow us, because we do not have any exterior, I would refer to them as security cameras, not surveillance cameras, but in the exterior of the building, we don't have anything. With the recent uptick in opiate addiction and opiate overdoses, we have had people just dropped on the apron in front of the fire department with no follow-up information, providing medical service to them, Narcan, and transport to hospital as well. So this is something I think that the town of Wilmington, is in good stead to approve at this point. I think it's much needed. There are some upgrades. Speaking with the Public Buildings Director, Mr. Hooper, they'll assist and reduce the cost by bringing the wiring and cabling through for us. So, we expect that this will be something that will enhance our ability to provide a secure environment for the public safety building.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'm bringing to a vote. We're on Article 14 for the purchase of a video surveillance system to monitor the exterior of the public safety building. Monetary allotment at $30,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 15, to see the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the replacement of the building management system at the Wilmington Middle School, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Bendel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $35,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the replacement of a building management system at the Wilmington Middle School.
Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion.
Jim Burnham, 406 Woburn Street. The middle school is a relatively new building in the town. I think we're still paying for it. My question is, what is the building management system? Is this hardware, software, and why do we need a new one?
Mr. Hall.
It's both, and it actually, this is original, the system that is there is original to the building. We are not able to repair it because the system is no longer supported, and it basically controls the HVAC, so it climate controls the building, and one of the virtues of this system is it can be controlled remotely by laptop, so that would be helpful to the public buildings personnel, and they'd be able to monitor the conditions and control it from another location.
Further discussion.
Michael Kyra, 5 Fletcher Lane. Just a point of information, we're not still paying for the middle school. That was a 10-year bond, and that's been paid for, so folks can relax about that.
Thank you very much, sir. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'm going to bring Article 15 to a vote to replace the building management system at the Wilmington Middle School, a monetary allotment of $35,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 16, to see if town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the replacement of the chairlift at the Shawshene Elementary School, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Kyra.
Mr. Moderator, I move that $125,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the replacement of the chairlift at the Shawshene Elementary School.
Motion made. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'm going to bring it to a vote on Article 16 for the replacement of a chairlift at Shawshene Elementary School, monetary allotment of $125,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 17, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the replacement of approximately 14,215 square feet of roof at the North Intermediate School, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $175,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the replacement of approximately 14,215 square feet of roof area at the North Intermediate School.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Down front here.
Linda Toth, 54 Fiorenza Drive. Is this going to be the entire roof of North, or is it just going to be a second? Because didn't we roof some of that school last year as well? So is this going to complete the roofing of that school?
Mr. Hall.
Yes, so the portion that was funded last year, we had a bid challenge when we went out to bid on that, so that was delayed. That will be done, that second phase will be done this year. If this is appropriated, this funding tonight, then we would complete the roof.
So by the end of this year or this fiscal 2018, the entire roof of North Middle School will be done?
Mr. Hall.
I'm going to just make sure that I'm correct on this and defer to George Hooper, but
Mr. Hooper?
that's my understanding.
Mr. Hooper, the question from the woman down front on Article 17 is, will the appropriation of $175,000 for the replacement of approximately 14,215 square feet of area at the North Intermediate, will that complete this project, or the entire roof?
Yes, the North Intermediate, once we do this, the entire roof will be completed. This section will give us a 20-year warranty on that, so the entire building. As you heard in our facility master plan, moving forward, that takes and encompasses the entire roofing system of that building.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hooper.
And so we have a 20-year warranty on that roof?
Mr. Hooper?
Correct.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'm going to bring it to a vote on Article 17, replacement of approximately 14,215 square feet of roof area at the North Intermediate School, monetary allotment $175,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 18, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money to comply with the municipal separate storm sewer system MS4 requirement as part of the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System NPDES, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Loud.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $10,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager to comply with the municipal separate storm sewer system, MS4, requirement as part of the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, NPDES.
Do I have a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Okay, seeing no further discussion, I'm going to bring it to a vote. We're on Article 18. Sum of money to comply with the municipal separate storm sewer systems, MS4 requirement, monetary allotment of $10,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 19, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the reconstruction of the paved bus drop-off area and adjoining sidewalks at the North Intermediate School, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Bendel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $100,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the reconstruction of the paved drop-off area adjoining sidewalks at the North Intermediate School.
Do I have a second? Second. Motion moved and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, we're going to bring Article 19 to a vote for reconstruction of the paved bus drop-off area and adjoining sidewalks in the North Intermediate School. Monetary allotment $100,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 20, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the phased expansion of available burial spaces at Wildwood Cemetery, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Kyra.
Mr. Moderator, I move that $40,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the phased expansion and available burial spaces at Wildwood Cemetery.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Do I have any discussion? Finance Committee, by the way, recommends approval of this. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'll put it to a vote. We're on Article 20, phase expansion of available burial space at Wildwood Cemetery. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 21, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the phased reconstruction of walkways at the town common, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $15,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the phased reconstruction of walkways at the town common.
Do I have a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'll put it to a vote. Article 21 of the phased reconstruction of walkways at the town common, monetary allotment $15,000. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 22, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the purchase and installation of a new heavy-duty lift for the Public Works Mechanics Garage. Take any other action related thereto. Mr. Loud.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $26,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purpose and installation of a new heavy-duty vehicle lift for the Public Works Mechanics Garage.
Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'll bring it to a vote. Article 22, the installation of a new heavy-duty vehicle lift for the Public Works Mechanics Garage, monetary allotment of $26,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 23, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the purchase and installation of 2 sets of solar-powered flashing pedestrian beacons to be located at high-profile pedestrian crosswalks, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Bendel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $30,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purchase and installation of 2 sets of solar-powered flashing pedestrian beacons to be located at high-profile pedestrian crosswalks.
Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion.
I'd just like to know where these high-profile pedestrian crossings are. I mean, there are a lot of pedestrian crossings that seem to be have problems, so
Mr. Hull.
The plan is to put one set of these lights at Church Street, the crossing from the Common to the high school, and the other set on Middlesex between the Common and the high school. There's a lot of traffic, foot traffic between the school and the parking lot, and that would be the plan.
So are you replacing then the crossing guard that is on the high school on Church Street with these? And who is the flashing lights for? The kids that are crossing in front of the cars, or the cars that are stopping for the kids anyway?
Mr. Hull,
I come down from the senior center at times, and when school lets out, we're driving, and the kids don't even think about looking to see if cars are coming down the street. They figure they have the right of way from the middle of the common to the parking lot. And I understand that it might be for the cars, but there's got to be something to warn the kids too, that they have responsibility of looking to make sure that it's safe for them to cross as well.
Okay. I guess that what the only clarification I get in your question is relative to the operation of these pedestrian beacons. Mr. Hall, you can further direct this question. The only way it could be germane to answer anything here would be, is the flashing pedestrian beacons for, is that so the pedestrians know they can walk across the street, or is it so the cars know that they should cease moving because pedestrians are walking across the street? And if you can't answer that question, if we could direct it at somebody else who might
I
be
would
able to.
suggest perhaps Mike Woods, the Public Works Director.
Mr. Woods?
Hi, these beacons will be for everyone. The crossing guards will still be in there for the children when they're going in and coming out from school. This is for folks after hours who go from the school. At some point will be children when they're coming off from soccer games or what have you. And these beacons will be off, and when the folks approach, be it children, adults, what have you, coming out of the library or the school, the lights will come on with the vehicles that folks are trying to cross, and they're in the crosswalk, and to yield to them.
Thank you.
All set?
All set.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'll bring Article 23 to a vote. Purchase and installation of 2 sets of solar-powered flashing pedestrian beacons, monetary allotment at $30,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 24, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the replacement of 30 computer workstations and software in the middle school technology engineering lab, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Bjork.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. If I'm out of order, I hope you'll let me know, but I'd just like to really quickly thank our police officers for the professional, compassionate, and peaceful way that they handled that situation a little bit earlier. I thought it was outstanding. I just wanted to say that publicly.
Okay, now the motion.
Yep. I move that $67,500 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the superintendent of schools with the approval of the school committee for the replacement of 30 computer workstations and software in the middle school technology engineering lab.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Down front.
Carl Sagal, 7 Lawrence Court. Just a question to the petitioner, why is this not part of the school budget?
Mr. Bjork.
It's a capital expenditure.
The computers are capital expenditure.
Correct. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'm going to bring Article 24 to a vote for the replacement of 30 computer workstations and software in the Wilmington Middle School Technology Engineering Lab. All those in favor, monetary allotment of $67,500. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 25, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the replacement of 80 desktop computers at the elementary and early childhood schools, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Bjork.
I move that $72,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the superintendent of schools with the approval of the school committee for the replacement of 80 desktop computers at the elementary and early childhood schools.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'm going to bring Article 25 to a vote for a replacement of 80 desktop computers at the elementary and early childhood schools. Monetary allotment of $72,000. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Voted. Article 26, see as town vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the purchase of 189 Chromebooks and 7 cards for the elementary schools and middle school, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Bjork.
I move that $40,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the superintendent of schools with the approval of the school committee for the purchase of 189 Chromebooks and 7 carts for the elementary schools and middle school.
Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Seeing no discussion on Article 26, I'll move it to a vote. All those for the purchase of 189 Chromebooks and 7 cards for the elementary schools and middle school, monetary allotment of $40,000. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Voted. Article 27 is see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the second phase of a three-phase project to purchase a voice-over internet protocol phone system for the Wilmington Public Schools, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Bjork.
I move that $50,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the superintendent of schools with the approval of the school committee for the purchase of voice-over IP phone system for the Wilmington Public Schools.
Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'll bring Article 27 to a vote relative to the purchase of a voice-over internet protocol phone system for the Wilmington Public Schools, monetary allotment of $50,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 28, see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the replacement of computer switches at the 6 elementary schools, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Bjork.
I move that $66,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the superintendent of schools with the approval of the school committee for the replacement of computer switches at the 6 elementary schools.
Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, to bring Article 28 to a vote.
You did.
Did you misstate?
You did say 66.
All right. Please, Mr. Moderator, allow me to amend my motion?
Actually, I don't think you need to amend it. I just think you need to restate as a point of
Just need to do it correctly is what you're
yes.
saying? Okay.
Yes.
I move that $36,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general
Mr.
revenue.
Bjork, you don't have to read it again. I'm just
Okay.
going to state for the, it was misread in the motion, but it has appeared on the screen, it has appeared in the, up here in the motion when it was submitted to the town manager and dispensed. It is, in fact, $36,000. Is there any question relative to that? Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, I'll move it to a vote. All those in favor of Article 28, again, the replacement of computer switches at the 6 elementary schools, the monetary allotment of $36,000, please, in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Voted. Article 29, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the replacement of school department's existing exchange server for the cloud-based email system, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Bjork.
I move that $25,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the superintendent of schools with the approval of the school committee for the replacement of the school department's existing exchange server with a cloud-based email system.
Do I have a second? Second. Motion been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Seeing no further discussion on Article 29, I'm going to bring it to a vote for the replacement of school department's existing exchange server with a cloud-based email system. Monetary allotment of $25,000. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Voted. Article 30, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the replacement of approximately 400 laptop batteries throughout the school system, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Bjork.
I move that $30,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenue of the town to be spent by the superintendent of schools with the approval of the school committee for the replacement of approximately 400 laptop batteries throughout the school system.
Do I have a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'll bring Article 30 to a vote for the replacement of approximately 400 laptop batteries throughout the school system. And a monetary allotment of $30,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 31, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money to pay the cost of designing, constructing, and reconstructing water mains on Middlesex Avenue, including the pavement, including the payment and cost of incidental related thereto, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Kyra.
Mr. Moderator, I move that $275,000 be appropriated to pay costs of designing, constructing, and reconstructing water mains on Middlesex Avenue, including the payment of all costs of incidental and related thereto. And that to meet the appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the selectmen, will authorize to borrow said amount under and pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 7.1 of the general laws, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and issue bonds and notes of the town therefore, and to any premium received by the town upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the cost of issuance of such bonds or notes may be applied to the payment of the cost approved by this vote in accordance with Chapter 44, Section 20 of the general laws, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such cost by a like amount.
Do I have a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Ma'am down front.
Linda Toth, 54 Fiorenza Drive. How far on Middlesex is this construction? How long?
Mr. Hall.
This will run from the Glen Road intersection to Federal Street.
Okay, and do you know approximately how long it's going to take to have this done? And when it's going to start?
So the length of construction, start time, length of construction?
Yes.
Mr. Hall?
Let me defer to the Director of Public Works on that one.
Mr. Woods, if you could, if you have that information.
We need to bid the project, and then we'll be subject to the contractor's schedule. We hope to have the project start this construction season, which will be probably a little later in the season. The main part of the construction will probably take 3 months.
Okay. Just further clarification, are we talking?
Oh, can you address it to me and I'll address it to Mr. Woods?
Are we talking then on the this water mains from Glen, you said from Glen to Federal?
Yeah,
but is that also the new roadway that they just put in on Middlesex? Are they going to be tearing up the new
portion of the roadway?
The new portion of the
Mr.
roadway?
Woods?
The quick answer is no. We had a 12-inch water main installed for the high school project. That came up to the Glen Road intersection project. We had 12-inch put in that project. And now to complete the loop up to Federal Street, this will be the third phase, final loop. And so we will not be tearing up the currently paved Nation Lane.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, move Article 31 to a vote for the designing, constructing, and reconstructing of water mains on Middlesex Avenue, monetary allotment of $275,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 32, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money to pay the cost of designing, constructing, and reconstructing water mains on Ballardvale Street, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. McCoy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $1,050,000 be appropriated to pay costs of designing, constructing, and reconstructing water mains on Ballardvale Street, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the selectmen, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant of Chapter 44, Section 7-1 of the general laws, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town. Therefore, the amount authorized to be borrowed by this vote shall be reduced to the extent of any grants received by the town on account of this project, including amounts expected to be received from the Massachusetts Water Resource Authority, and that any premium received by the town upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premiums applied to the payment of the costs of issuance of such bonds or notes may be applied to the payments of costs approved by this vote in accordance with Section 44, with Chapter 44, Section 20 of the general laws, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 32. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, we'll bring Article 32 to a vote for the designing, constructing, and reconstructing of water mains on Ballavale Street for $1,050,000. It'd be $1,050,000. Wow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. On Article 33, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money to deposit in the other post-employment liability trust fund established in accordance with MGL Chapter 32B, Section 20, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Loud.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $1 million be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be deposited in the other post-employment benefits liability trust fund, as voted in Article 24 of the May 2nd, 2015 town meeting, in accordance with MGL Chapter 32B, Section 20.
Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'll bring it to a vote on Article 23, a sum of money on deposit in the other post-employment liability trust fund for $1 million. Got it this time. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 34, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money to deposit in the Capital Stabilization Fund as established by a 2/3 vote on Article 23 at the April 27th, 1991 annual town meeting, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Bendel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the sum of $3 million be appropriated from available funds for deposit in the Capital Stabilization Fund as established by 2/3 vote on Article 23 at the April 27th, 1991 annual town meeting.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Down front.
Carl Sagal, 7 Lawrence Court. What does this bring the balance of the, or what would this bring the balance of the free cash fund to?
Mr. Hall.
The balance for the capital stabilization account with a approval here would bring it to $6,381,525.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, bring Article 34 to a vote for a sum of money to deposit in the Capital Stabilization Fund in the monetary amount of $3 million. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 35, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money to deposit in the Employee Retirement Benefit Stabilization Fund as established by a 2/3 vote on Article 24 of the May 3rd, 2014 annual town meeting, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Kyra.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the sum of $500,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town for the deposit in the Employee Retirement Benefits Stabilization Fund as established by 2/3 vote on Article 24 at the May 3rd, 2014 annual town meeting.
Do I have a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I bring Article 35 to the floor for a vote for a sum of money to deposit in the Employee Retirement Benefit Stabilization Fund, monetary amount of $500,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 36, see if town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money to pay the Middlesex retirement system in addition to the annual assessment or take any other action related thereto. Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the sum of $1 million be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town for payment to the Middlesex retirement system in addition to the annual assessment.
Do I have a second? Second. Motion made and second. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'll bring it to a vote on Article 36 for a sum of money to pay the Middlesex retirement system in the amount of $1 million. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 37 is see what sum the town will vote to transfer into the various line items for the fiscal year 2017 budget from other line items in said budget and from other available funds or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Loud.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $350,000 be transferred from the following fiscal year 2017 accounts. Public buildings electric, town buildings, $20,000. Public buildings heating fuel, $100,000. Insurance and bonds, workers' compensation, $130,000. Shawshene Valley Regional Vocational High School District, $100,000. The entire amount of available funds being $350,000 to the following fiscal year 2017 accounts. Police salary, overtime, $75,000. Public Works, personal services, snow and ice, extra help, overtime, $90,000. Public Works, contractual services, snow and ice and miscellaneous, $150,000. Public Works, materials and supplies, snow and ice and salt and sand, $35,000. Total $350,000.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second? Second. Motion been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommendation? Recommends approval. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'll put it to a vote. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the total, you can see everything behind me. It's transferred into various line items of the FY17 budget from other line items, total amount being $350,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 38, see what the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute, a sum of money for the funding of the 4th of July celebration or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Bendel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $25,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the funding of the 4th of July celebration.
Do I have a second? Second. Motion been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval on this Article 38. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'll bring Article 38 to a vote for the funding of the 4th of July celebration, $25,000 monetary allotment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 39, and see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute a sum of money for the observance of Memorial Day and Veterans Day or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Kyler.
Mr. Moderator, I move that $6,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the observance of Memorial Day and Veterans Day.
Do I have a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, to bring Article 39 to a vote. It's for a sum of money for the observance of Memorial Day and Veterans Day and monetary allotment of $6,000. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 40, see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute the sum of $750 each for a total of $1,500 for the purpose of renewing under the authority of Section 9 of Chapter 40 of the General Laws as amended the lease of the Veteran of Foreign Wars Clubhouse for the purpose of providing suitable headquarters for the Nee Ellsworth Post 2458 of the Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States, and that's $750, and for the American Legion Clubhouse, Inc., for the purpose of providing a suitable headquarters for the Wilmington Post 136 of the American Legion, again for $750 for a $1,500 total sum, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $1,500 be raised and appropriated from the FY18 tax levy and other general revenues of the town to be spent by the town manager for the purpose of renewing under the authority of Section 9 of Chapter 40 of the General Laws as amended the lease of a Veterans of Foreign Wars Clubhouse for the purpose of providing suitable headquarters for the Nee Ellsworth Post 2458 of the Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States. B, American Legion Clubhouse, Inc., for the purpose of providing suitable headquarters for the Wilmington Post 136 of the American Legion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, Finance Committee recommends approval of this article. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Voted. Ladies and gentlemen, Articles 41 and 42 are intimate related. Article 42 passes, it would make Article 41 moot. So we're actually going to go a little bit out of order. We're going to take Article 42 before we take Article 41. And I'm going to read Article 42 now because it's, I don't know if the amended version, maybe that's fine. But Article 42, I move the town of Wilmington to amend the bylaws of the inhabitants of the town of Wilmington revised to establish and authorize revolving funds for use by certain town departments, boards, committees, agencies, or officers under general laws, Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half, by adding a new Section 29 to Chapter 3, and that the spending limits for each established fund be set forth in the accompanying table to be authorized for fiscal year 2018, or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Bendel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to...
Mr. Bendel, I'm sorry. What I should have said was Article 42 reads after where I stopped, that Section 29 departmental revolving funds. It reads exactly as it appears in your motion booklet. Mr. Bendel.
I was hoping you would say that. Mr. Moderator, with that, I move that the town vote to amend the bylaws of the inhabitants of the town of Wilmington, revised to establish and authorize revolving funds for use for certain town departments, boards, committees, agencies, and offices under general law, Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half, by adding a new Section 29 to Chapter 3, and that spending limits for each established fund as set forth in the accompanying table be authorized for the fiscal year 2018, or take any action related thereto.
Mr. Bendel, does your motion read exactly as it appears in the booklet after that?
Yes, it does, Mr.
I'll
Moderator.
accept it as the main motion. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Seeing no discussion on the article, I'm going to bring it to a vote. Article 42. All those in favor of Article 42 as it appears behind me signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Having dealt with Article 42, it would make Article 41 moot, and I will entertain a motion to pass over.
I'll make a motion that we pass over.
So moved and seconded. Discussion? No discussion. All those in favor of passing over Article 41 say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 43, to see if town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds a sum of money to operate the public rink enterprise and take any other action related thereto. Mr. Kyra.
Mr. Moderator, I move that $526,000 be appropriated from departmental receipts to be spent by the town manager for the purpose of operating the public rink enterprise.
Do I have a second? Second. Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Hall.
I would just point out, for clarification purposes, this amount is a placeholder amount. As many of you know, the town has been interested in purchasing the Restucia rink. Unfortunately, at this point, it's tied up in court. This amount is not an appropriation amount. You may recall a few years ago when this first came up that there was a provision or a article that established a revolving account. So if there's a point in time when the town purchases this rink, the proceeds that are generated from the sale of ice time up to an amount of $526,000 would be used to support this endeavor.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, Article 43, for the money to operate a public rink enterprise, monetary allotment of $526,000. Again, Finance Committee recommends approval. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our budget articles being taken up in order. For Articles 44 through 56, that would come to the floor by random selection. And again, for a point of reference, Articles 51 and 53 have been withdrawn today, so we will take no action thereon. Articles 51 and 53. First article pull is Article 46. Article 46 is on page 25 of your warrant booklet. To see if the town will vote to amend section 6.1.2 of the zoning bylaw of the town of Wilmington to read as follows, take any other action related thereto. And the article is exactly as it appears. Applicability, this zoning bylaw shall not apply to structures for the use of lawful in existence or lawfully begun, or to a building or special permit issued before the first publication of notice in the hearing required to MGL 48, section 5, and it reads after that exactly as it appears in your warrant booklet. Do I have a motion? Mr. Sorrentino?
Yes, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to amend section 6.1.2 of the zoning bylaw of the town of Wilmington to read as follows.
Does it read exactly as it appears in the warrant booklet?
Yes, it does,
I
Mr.
will
Moderator.
accept that as the main motion. Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Planning Board recommends approval. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, I'll bring it to a vote. We're on Article 46. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted. Pulled Article 53, which has been withdrawn. We are now on Article 45, which is on page 23 of your warrant booklet. Article 45, to see if the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaw as follows by adding the research and development use as a separate use classification 3.6.7 and amend Table 1 principal use regulations with a new research and development use or take any other action related thereto. And ladies and gentlemen, the rest of this article appears on page 24 on to 25. Mr. Sorrentino.
Yes, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to amend the zoning bylaw as follows by adding research and development use as a separate use classification 3.6.7 and amend Table 1 principal use regulations with a new research and development use or take any other action related thereto.
Mrs. Sorrentino, does your motion read exactly as appears in the warrant booklet?
Yes, it does, Mr. Moderator.
I'll accept it as a main motion. Do I have a second? I have a second. Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Planning Board recommends approval. Mrs. Sorrentino, can you just give us a background on what the article is, seeing as we forewent the reading of it?
Yes, Mr. Moderator. The proposed change pulls research and development use out of the general manufacturing use category, which is the heaviest industrial uses, and defines the use and allows it in the highway industrial, Ballardvale, Fornham road areas, which such uses are already concentrated. The use would allow by special permit in general industrial as it currently is and would prohibit it anywhere else.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we're going to bring a vote up on Article 45. All those in favor of Article 45 say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. We are now on Article 55, which is on page 31 of your warrant booklet. Article 55 reads as follows. See if the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaw and associated zoning map of the town of Wilmington as follows, or take any other action related thereto. By rezoning from R10 to neighborhood business, the following described parcel. Ladies and gentlemen, the rest of this appears in your warrant booklet on page 31, and the map for this article appears on page 35. Do I have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator, I'll warn you that the motion does not read as it does in the booklet.
Okay, thank you very much. Just state your name and address for the assembly, please.
Michael Newhouse, 439R Middlesex Avenue. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to amend the zoning bylaw and associated zoning map of the town of Wilmington as follows. By rezoning from residential 10 R10 to neighborhood business, the following described parcel of land, which is a portion of the premises known as 80 Main Street, and a portion of the premises shown as parcel 137 on Assessors Map 45, and which parcel is described as follows. Starting at an iron pipe at the northeasterly corner of Lot 1 as shown on Land Court Subdivision Plan 11903C, drawn by
Mr.
A.
Newhouse, I'll allow you to dispense with the reading of the legal description. Can you just let us know what the difference is between the motion as it appears in the article and what you're submitting to the floor now?
Yes, Mr. Moderator. The parcel that's shown up here and identified as parcel 80, and I'll try and outline that right here. And that is the entire parcel which we own. We are looking to rezone only a portion of that which is described here and is in the hash mark on this hashed area in that portion of the parcel.
Okay, perfect. And so the legal description is in here, is that legal description which appears on the map behind us that you have shaded in?
The legal description that is in the booklet is for the entire parcel 80. The portion that I am describing is the parcel that is in the hashed portion of that on the screen.
Okay. So, just bear with me here for a second, Mr. Newhouse. I guess my question relative to the exact motion you're putting on the floor, just to make sure we get it right. So your motion is going to be, and do you have that in writing? Just in case?
I do. I
Can I
typed
get
it up
everyone's-
and can sign it, Mr.
Okay.
Moderator.
Yeah, if you could sign it, that'd be great. So it's just going to be a portion. I just want to make sure that that portion is adequately described in the motion before we bring it to the floor for a vote.
Would you like that now, Mr. Moderator?
Please. Thank you. Okay, so what Mr. Newhouse is seeking with the submission of his motion is to rezone a portion of the map and the parcel and not the entire thing. So there's going to be a line, as Mr. Newhouse has so pointed out. So I will accept that as the main motion. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Motion made and seconded. Article 55, Finance Committee recommends approval, and the Planning Board recommends approval of this article. Discussion. Mr. Newhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Again, my name is Michael Newhouse, 439R Middlesex Avenue. I'm joined here this afternoon with my wife, Jo. Just very briefly, we have lived in town since we were married. We have two sons named Matt and Tom, who are 8 and 10 years old. I practice law here in Wilmington and have done so since 1994. It's my hope to continue to maintain a law practice here in town until my retirement, and that in large part is what brings us here today. For many years now, I've searched for a location in Wilmington that would enable me to maintain a law office in a property that I could own. For the last 23 years, I'd be a little bit embarrassed to share with folks exactly how much I've paid in rent and maintenance, but that's the cost of doing business. Hopefully in the next 20-odd years, I'll be able to put that kind of money towards some equity and have something of value at the end. The plan, as I had mentioned to you, Mr. Moderator, is to attempt to rezone a portion of the property. The portion of the property that fronts along Main Street is the portion that we would expect to build a new building for my law office. And then the remainder of that property, which I'll refer to as the Glen Road portion of the property. This is the intersection of Main Street and Glen Road. The Glen Road portion of the site, we intend to also build a home and have a home next to the law practice. If I could have the next slide, please, Dee. This here is a copy of the principal use regulations that's in the Wilmington zoning bylaw. Very difficult to read from this perspective, but what I've highlighted for folks is that in a neighborhood business, which is the district to which we'd like to rezone this property, single-family homes are a permitted use. Accessory apartments are permitted uses in the same way as they are in residential districts, no more, no less. And in neighborhood business districts, business and professional offices are permitted uses. I think what's important to note for folks, what's not permitted in neighborhood businesses are limited and general service restaurants. So, for example, there cannot be a Dunkin' Donuts, there cannot be a fast food joint. Those things would not be permitted in a neighborhood business district. Next slide, please. This is an aerial photo of the neighborhood. This right here is the existing house, which was constructed circa 1900. It's a beautiful looking old colonial, but does have some challenges. It's our hope and expectation that we would likely demolish that in order to build a new office space right here. This aerial photo is helpful because it shows the engineering office, which is next to another professional office use. It shows a dentist, which is 2 doors down, and then kitty corner across the street is a building that houses things from nail salons to pet grooming operations. Going back to when I was a child, there was a barbershop in there, for example. So it is located adjacent to a number of businesses which are currently operating in much the same way that this neighborhood business use would. Next slide, please. This right here is a conceptual site plan that we had drawn. Again, here is Route 38 Main Street. This is the Glen Road side of the property. The proposed zoning line, which I have submitted and described and has been reviewed by the town engineer's office, would essentially cut right across here, which for all intents and purposes would be a continuation of the rear lot line of this property here. And this property here is the engineering office that I had referred to earlier. Over on this side of the site, that is where we would look to build our home and move to that portion of the site. In the front of, kind of at the nose of this property, at the Glen Road Main Street intersection, there currently is a monument to Ensign Ronald Eaton. It's our intention to maintain that monument and to leave it and continue to maintain it through the course of time. We're all too happy to do that privately. If the town is interested in receiving an easement to be able to continue to do that, we're amenable to that too. We very much want to continue to pay tribute to Ensign Eaton even after we develop this property. We also have taken lengths to do what we can to maintain this sight line here. Our folks across Glen Road that live on the opposite side of Glen Road appreciate the ability to see Silver Lake through this sight line, and that in large part is how we've designed this particular conceptual site plan. Next slide, please. This right here is a rendering of the building that we propose. Just to give folks some perspective, this front door is roughly where the front door of the current building is located. So if you looked out the front door, you would look to the intersection of Glen Road and Main Street. And this right here looks across the street to Silver Lake. Frankly, one of the reasons that we want to construct an office like this is to be in keeping with the neighborhood and to, to fit in with the character of the neighborhood. But quite frankly, we have some of our own interests as well. Ultimately, and when I'm not practicing law anymore, it's our hope and expectation that we would repurpose this building back to a home. With our 2 boys, who knows what the future may bring, but it certainly will not surprise us, given our particular circumstances, if a home with an in-law apartment may be particularly beneficial for our family. So that's our plans, and thank you all for your time and consideration. Be happy to answer any questions folks might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Newhouse. Do we have further discussion? Gentleman in the back.
Jay Donovan, 19 Mill Road. Just a question about the traffic impacts on Jones Avenue and Faulkner Avenue. That's a tight intersection with the Glen Road coming into Main Street. I'm certainly pleased to see that it's not a convenience store, but I'd like to ask the proponent what's he doing about the traffic issues.
Thank you very much. Mr. Newhouse?
In terms of the traffic issues, I'd respond to that with 2 points. Number one, if one were to monitor the traffic in and out of my law practice, I think you'd find that the trip generation is roughly what it would be for a family with a couple of children that are of driving age. I mean, that is just simply not very many not much trip generation, not many people in and out all day long. Having said that, I did check with the Wilmington Police Department relative to the Glen Road and Main Street intersection, and I took great comfort in learning that in calendar year 2016, there literally had been only one fender bender at that intersection, and at that it was somebody who stopped at the intersection and somebody behind him wasn't paying attention. Nobody was hurt. There was no significant damage. So while I am certainly cognizant of traffic patterns, and this would require a site plan review, and I'm certain that the planning board would want to be convinced that the parking and access and egress makes sense from a planning standpoint, we're committed to minimizing any potential problem, but frankly, we don't see a problem at this point.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? Representative Maselli?
I had a question. I came late. Where exactly is that site?
Mr. Newhouse?
This is the intersection of Glen Road and Main Street. So this structure that's here, as you look out this window, right here where I'm waving the pointer right now, would be Silver Lake.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we're going to bring this article to a vote. And again, ladies and gentlemen, the article is different as it was presented by the mover. In the warrant booklet, it was for an entire portion of the map and parcel, but as it's presented with the correct, and Mr. Newhouse can correct me if I'm misstating this here, it's the correct legal description for the site plan map you had shown up there, Mr. Newhouse, correct? So that's what we're voting on, to rezone a portion of that from R10 to neighborhood business. So if you're in favor of this Article 55, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. Voted. We're now on Article 47 on page 25 of your warrant booklet. Article 47 is to see if the town vote to amend the zoning bylaw by adding the following new last sentence, section 5.3.1, setback structures, or take any other action related to. In determining such average where an adjoining side lot is a corner lot having two frontages, only the frontage sharing the same street as the subject lot shall be used to calculate the average front yard. Mr. Sorrentino.
Yes, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to amend the zoning bylaw by adding the following new last sentence to section 5.3.1, setback of structures. In determining such average where an adjoining side lot is a corner lot having two frontages, only the frontage sharing the same street as the subject lot shall be used to calculate the average front yard.
Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Planning Board recommends approval. Discussion. Seeing no further discussion, I'll bring Article 47 to a vote. All those in favor of Article 47 say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. We are now on Article 49. Article 49 can be found on page 26 of your warrant booklet. Article 49 reads, to see if the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaw by adding a new section 3.9 as follows, and take any other action related thereto, 3.9, temporary moratorium on recreational marijuana establishments. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to forego the rest of the reading because as it appears in the warrant booklet. I'm going to call on Mr. Sorrentino.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 49, I move that the town vote to amend the zoning bylaw by adding a new section 3.9 as follows. 3.9, temporary moratorium on recreational marijuana establishments.
Mr. Sorrentino, does your motion read exactly as appears in the warrant booklet?
Yes, it does, Mr. Moderator.
I'll accept it as the main motion. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Planning Board recommends approval. Discussion.
This is just to catch up with the state law. As you know, it's kind of a moving target. So.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we'll bring Article 49 to a vote. Article 49, which appears on page 26, it's the temporary moratorium on recreational marijuana establishments. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 52, on page 30 of your warrant booklet. Article 52, to see if the town will vote to declare the official map of the town of Wilmington dated January 1st, 1973, prepared by the planning board, prepared for the planning board by the engineering department and adopted by the town of Wilmington under Article 17 of the warrant for special town meeting of June 25th, 1973, and recorded the Middlesex North District Registry of Deeds on August 20th, 1973, in Book of Plans M, Plan 712, invalid, abandoned, and not in compliance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 41, Section 81E, or take any other action related thereto. Do I have a motion?
Mark Nelson, 6 Polk Street.
Mr. Nelson, the floor is yours.
I move that the town of Wilmington vote to, let me dig it out. It's the same as it reads.
The article reads the same as it does in the warrant book. I'll accept it as the main motion. Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Mr. Nelson.
The town of Wilmington adopted an official map back in 1973. It's over 44 years old. Every community in the Commonwealth who adopts an official map must by statute update and maintain said map on a regular basis. That hasn't been done in this case. It's missing over 200 streets. The town is responsible for continuous monitoring of the road status and changes, which entails corresponding updates of the official map and reporting the updates to the Registry of Deeds and other overseeing state agencies, namely the Department of Housing and Community Development and the Executive Office of Transportation. A significant amount of effort, research is required to develop and maintain an accurate and meaningful official map, and the map must be amended and updated with public hearings before the Board of Selectmen before a new wave can be added to the map. The most effective and official map needs to be reinforced and corollary actions such as discontinuance of roads and local bylaws and updates. According to the Department of Housing and Community Development, the only valid official map in the entire Commonwealth is in the town of Georgetown, and it doesn't even acknowledge that Wilmington has an official map, let alone that it's valid. And I know it's been a long meeting, so I'll leave it at that.
Further discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The planning.
Name and address, please.
Sorry, Mike Sorrentino, 1 Curtis Street, Chairman of the Planning Board. Speaking as Chairman of the Planning Board, we oppose this article, and I'd like to have Valerie make some comments.
Yep.
That would be okay?
Give the floor to Planning Director Valerie Gingrich.
Valerie Gingrich, I'm the Planning Director. So just to give you a little bit of background, well, first, it's our opinion that eliminating the official map would cause undue hardship to Wilmington property owners. Significant parts of Wilmington were divided by property owners into parcels and streets back in the early 1900s. These lots and streets are Not as big as lots and streets that we have right now, and it's where the term paper street comes from, where you have a street drawn on a map, but it's not actually constructed, so that's a paper street. Many of these areas have been built out with private homes, but not all of them have been. And to access those parcels, you have to build out that paper street to get to those parcels. And the building out of those paper streets has to comply with certain standards. And building it out, the planning board is looking at frontage and access requirements. So the official map and its process for building out streets provides a way to build out the paper streets under the direction of the planning board without having to go through subdivision control. And subdivision control is today's standard. It's a standard that's stricter on design and construction requirements. So a lot of those paper streets wouldn't meet the standards for today's subdivision build out. So the official map and its process provides a way to build out the paper streets in a way that doesn't meet the subdivision standards, but it's still appropriate access. And eliminating that process and that tool for building out the paper streets to access the parcels is eliminating an option for doing so and creating a potential hardship for property owners who have parcels on paper streets. It also calls into question existing streets that are relying on their status of the official map, being on the official map as their frontage. So there's a legal question about how you treat frontage for official map streets if we're doing away with the official map. So there's a lot of questions and a lot of potential hardship for property owners, and we think that we should probably keep the map.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? I'm actually going to go to Mr. Nelson if he has anything further to say.
Well, yes, I of course, don't agree with any of what was just presented. The official map actually creates a hardship on property owners insofar as if you're denied a building permit, you are then required to either, A, go to the Board of Appeals, who actually does have legal authority to issue a building permit through the powers that were granted to them back in 1977 at town meeting. The planning board itself has never adopted Mass General Laws, Chapter 41, Sections 81, F, G, and H, which I attempted to do last year, but it was ruled out of order. 20 years ago, almost to the date, we had a 2-day trial in the land court, and the Chief Justice of the Land Court, Judge Kilbourne, said that if access roads are to be opened and they are not on the official map, both boards have jurisdiction if they're to be open to the public. So not everybody wants it open to the public, so in that case, you'd only have to go to the Board of Appeals to get relief from the official map. The 81G process that the planning board currently has, their application, number one, has never been adopted under 81Q, which is required to do before you can even have an application. And the fee schedule is similar. They have to go 81Q, and that fee schedule also has to be approved by the Board of Selectmen, which has never happened. And 81G deals with surface, grading, and drainage. So it gets a little more complicated as far as that goes. But the bottom line is, if the town of Wilmington really wants to have an official map, it should look more like the 2013 Open Space and Recreation Plan, which is extremely detailed. Not like the 1973 map, which has never ever been updated and is basically by the statute of limitation. It expired 7 years after that. Thank you.
Further discussion? Down front here.
Joanne Schukas, 7 Cedar Street. I don't want the map dissolved at all, because if it's going to affect the people who now own property, why don't we have a picture of what it is you want? I mean, I don't see anything. The town, land-wise, has not changed. Is that correct? Same amount of boundaries and whatever that we have. So what is going to change on that map? And if you want it so badly, why don't you have a picture of it to show us exactly what it is you think is going to affect us. I want to know, if you're going to affect me, how?
He actually does have a picture of what he, not what he proposes, of what he suggested it should look like. It's in the back. It's just not up on the screen.
Oh, well, that's no help.
All right, I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on to recognize discussion over
Okay.
here. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Mr. Burnham.
Jim Burnham, 406 Woburn Street. I do stand in support of Mr. Nelson's article. It only seems fair and proper that our maps are updated correctly, just as a matter of clarity in terms of future development of the town, that if we do have an official map, it simply should be updated to reflect the current conditions.
Thank you very much. Further discussion.
Mr. Moderator.
Representative Maselli in the back.
Yes. I served 3 years on the planning board, 12 years as a selectman, and I'm in my current position now. And I know he could have been accommodated, and evidently he isn't. What is the timetable for through you, the planning board, to take any action on a map of this type in order to accommodate this gentleman?
You're asking a question to the planning board?
Yes.
Hold on one second. He's conferring with town manager. The question is, what is the timetable to accommodate Mr. Nelson? What exactly what do you mean accommodate him?
What I mean by accommodating him, he's been back year after year. And we look around town and we see people building, and then we sit in amazement and wondered how a condo development got there. So the point I'm making is, here's one guy with limited resources and a limited proposal, and yet the planning board has said year after year, I guess he's got a magic name or something. When he proposes something, it never seems to get the light of day. And I was on the planning board, and I know they could accommodate it.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Hull.
Well, when Mr. Nelson complies with the requirements of development, then we will accommodate him. But there's been a number of legal cases that he's pursued against the town, and that's about as far as I can go.
Okay, and we're not going to go into any, no more talk about legal battles or anything. The topic of discussion here is the official town map.
Mr. Moderator.
After I'm done speaking, I'll recognize you again, Representative. Thank you very much. So if you got any topic on this matter should be directed at the exact Article 52 of the adoption or the passing or failing of the proposed motion to declare it invalid. Representative Maselli.
What I would say at this juncture, town meeting has always been fair, and I've watched the unfairness of this proposal and similar proposals year after year when it came to Mr. Nelson. I'm going to move that we approve the article.
Thank you very much. Further discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Maselli, appreciate that. And I'm not opposed to the town having an official map. And if the town wants certain property owners to comply with what they're looking for, the town first has to be in compliance before any property owner can be in compliance. So I'm just suggesting that everybody vote yes to show that the map is invalid and updated, and have the planning board go back to the planning board and take this open space and recreation plan from 2013 and turn that into a new updated official map that complies with the statute. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, bring Article 52 to a vote. Ladies and gentlemen, the effect of Article 52 is going to declare the official map invalid. That is going to be the legal effect of this, if you vote this article. So if you are in favor of declaring, again, this is going to a vote right now, if you're in favor of declaring the map, the official map of the town of Wilmington invalid, signify by saying aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say no. No. The noes have it. It's defeated. Article 52 is defeated. Article 48. See if the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaw by deleting section 4.2.8 in its entirety or take any other action related thereto. Accessory apartments, section 4.2. An accessory apartment is authorized as an accessory use in a single-family dwelling subject to the following conditions. 4.2.8, a certificate of occupancy shall be issued to the owner and is not transferable. A new owner shall apply to the inspector of building for a new certificate of occupancy. Mr. Sorrentino.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to amend the zoning bylaw by deleting section 4.2.8 in its entirety or take any action related thereto. 4.2 accessory apartments. An accessory apartment is authorized as an accessory use in a single-family dwelling, subject to the following conditions. 4.2.8, a certificate of occupancy shall be issued to the owner only and is not transferable. A new owner shall apply to the inspector of buildings for a new certificate of occupancy.
Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Planning Board recommends approval. Discussion. Seeing no discussion in this Article 48, I'm going to bring it to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Article 50. Article 50 appears on page 28 of the warrant booklet. See if the town will vote to accept the public ways the following described streets as recommended by the Planning Board and laid out in by the Selectmen per Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 41 and Chapter 82 as amended. And I'm going to forego the rest of the reading and point out to the folks here that this is Cheyenne Drive. Mr. Loud.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to accept as public ways the following described streets as recommended by the Planning Board, laid out by the Selectmen.
Does the rest of your motion read as it does in the warrant booklet, Mr. Loud?
Sure does, thank
I'll
you.
accept that as the main motion. Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Planning Board recommends approval. Discussion.
Mr. Moderator?
Yep.
Jim Burnham, 406 Woburn Street. I have a question, which is, if this would not be approved, what would the effect be on Cheyenne Drive and the residents thereof? What's the difference between having it accepted as a public way and not?
Mr. Hall?
I would defer to the planning director or town engineer on that.
Valerie Gingrich, Planning Director. The difference is that if it's accepted, it becomes a public way, which is owned by the town. And if it's not, it continues to be a private way, which is owned privately.
Further discussion.
Well, let me just add to that then. So as people know, there are a number of private ways in town. The town is not required or in fact legally bound to maintain those roads. So as private roads degrade, it's ultimately up to the abutters to that way to maintain the road. That's probably one of the biggest consequences.
Further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, I'm going to bring Article 50 up for a vote. Again, Article 50 is on pages 28 and 29 of your warrant booklet. If you're in favor of Article 50, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted. I pulled Articles 41 and 42, but those were part of the articles that were pulled up in order. They're in the jar by mistake. Article 51 has been withdrawn. We are now on Article 56, which is on page 32 of your warrant booklet. That's Article 56 on page 32 of your warrant booklet. To see if the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaw and associated zoning district map of the town of Wilmington by rezoning from general industrial to neighborhood mixed-use zoning district. The following described parcel or take any other action related thereto. And ladies and gentlemen, this property can be found on page 38 of your warrant booklet. It's Article 55, excuse me. It is page 38. Article 56, correct, but the map is on page 38. And the rest of the motion reads as follows. Reads as appears in your warrant booklet. Do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Moderator. Attorney Michael Newhouse with an office at 20 Middlesex Avenue in Wilmington.
Go ahead, Mr. Newhouse.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote, and the rest of the motion would read as presented in the warrant booklet.
So it reads exactly as appears in warrant booklet. I'll take that as a main motion. Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Planning Board recommends approval. The floor is yours, Mr. Newhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's a long day. Thank you in advance for your time and attention. As I had indicated, I'm an attorney, and in this case, I represent Mr. Michael Welch and his wife, Patricia, and his family. Mr. Welch is a lifelong resident of Wilmington who's also a contractor, developer, and he's got a track record of that kind of work in town for many, many years now. Mr. Welch has property located at 635-645 Main Street. He's had that under agreement for the better part of the last 2 years. It's his hope and expectation to rezone it to a neighborhood mixed-use district from its current zoning district of general industrial, and then to go through a permitting process and regulatory process, ultimately with the goal of acquiring the property and developing it. Next slide, please. The property that's shown on this screen right here, as I said, is located at 635 Main Street. To give folks some perspective, directly across the street is the Colonial Park Liquor Store and the Colonial Park Retail Strip. So it's located along Route 38, north of the Butters Row intersection with Route 38. Currently, the property is improved with this building that's on the screen, which, as you can see, is an industrial style building, which is a little less than 16,000 square feet. That building houses a print shop, a warehousing facility, and a trucking and logistics company. There's also an ancillary building on the site that's a little less than 1,000 square feet, and that's a small wood frame building that, as I understand it, serves as an office. Next frame, please. Just in terms of adjacencies, the subject property here at 635 Main Street is in this area that I'm outlining here. This right here is Butters Row and the Butters Row Bridge. This property that is currently wooded is in fact part of the property. The building that we just looked at is in the northernmost section of the property, which is next to the Salvation Army building up here. You'll also notice the big Expedex facility over here, which is a paper distribution warehousing business. It is located near the Yentile Farm recreational facility. This Google Earth doesn't show the beautiful new facility that we have, but this would be where that is located. As I said, it's across from the Colonial Park retail establishment, and it's a stone's throw from the Square One retail establishment. Next slide, please. Currently, the property is located in a general industrial zone, and to get folks oriented again, it is shown as, I think the battery and the mouse, here we go. It's shown right here as parcel number 635. And all of the blue areas that you can see on that slide are in fact general industrial zones. As you can see, the neighborhood is a hodgepodge of zoning districts, which includes a variety of industrial uses. It includes some residential uses. It includes different residential districts. This area right here, that is now the Yentile Farm, had previously been rezoned to a 55 and over overlay district in contemplation of 76 units of housing, and as we know, that didn't happen. We now own that property. The pink up here is the neighborhood mixed-use district that was rezoned by the town and sponsored by the planning board last year. Next slide, please. Just very quickly, the differences between the general industrial zone and the neighborhood mixed-use district really gets down to some industrial uses and some multifamily residential uses. Up here in the highlighted yellow, that's reflecting that in the neighborhood mixed-use district, by special permit, the owner or applicant can build multifamily housing. In the general industrial district, you cannot do that. Conversely, down the bottom in the pink highlight, there are a number of industrial uses which are permitted as a matter of right or with the special permit. in the general industrial section, and they are prohibited in the neighborhood mixed-use district if we are successful in rezoning this property. They include things like warehousing, bulk materials, heavy vehicular sales and rentals, and a number of manufacturing and industrial uses. Next slide, please. What's on the screen now is the proposed site plan. A couple things that are important to note. The site is 4.5 acres and some change. The conceptual site plan shows to the left of the screen down there 2 proposed buildings, which again would be multifamily housing buildings. Most notably, to the right of the screen, as the site abuts Butters Row, there is uplands there that would be readily available for development. However, Mr. Welch has indicated a commitment not to use that area, and instead, through the permitting and regulatory process, would propose to provide an easement to the town and/or to the Commonwealth, just in case the Butters Row intersection and/or Butters Row Bridge could later be widened or improved. That area would be available. Sewer is available to the site, and again, the construction would not take place near the Butters Row Cross Street intersection. Next slide, please. This is an architectural rendering. The rear of the site along the railroad tracks is where the applicant proposes to put garden-style condominium units. They would be no larger than 2-bedroom units. And architecturally, as a point of reference, the architect who would design this project is the same architect who designed the Rotary Estates townhouses, and also designed 1 Church Street and 15 Church Street, if folks are familiar with those particular buildings. Next slide, please. This last slide is an architectural rendering of the proposed townhouses. So what the applicant is proposing at this point is the current conceptual plans show 49 2-bedroom units. We can say categorically that the project would not yield more than 50 2-bedroom units. Through the regulatory process and the permitting process, the number of units may in fact be reduced, but at a maximum, folks can be assured that that's the high-end number of the proposed units. In terms of whether or not this makes sense, one of the things that we learned last year at last year's town meeting from the planning director and the planning board were the results of a comprehensive 2015 survey that was done throughout town. And the results of that survey really showed some compelling points and things that people have the appetite for. First and foremost, folks who are on the younger end of the spectrum trying to buy their first home, as well as folks who are empty nesters and trying to downsize, both of those demographics have a hard time entering the real estate market in Wilmington. And to that end, particularly empty nesters, really expressed an overwhelming sentiment that they wanted more 2-bedroom housing units available. Those same folks also stressed how important it was to have housing that is close to retail establishments and within walking distance of town amenities. Really, this site is perfectly suited to serve the various particular items that the Wilmington residents had expressed an interest in. And in fact, that was the reason why last year the planning board came to this body, and this body sought fit to create this neighborhood mixed-use district and to rezone a stretch of the Lowell Street area for that purpose. Mr. Welch and his family, myself, thank you for your time and your indulgence, but certainly we remain available to answer questions.
Further discussion, Mr. Moderator? Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I rise, and I'm going to support this article, and I will give my reasons later after I ask one question. And through you, Mr. Moderator, I would like to ask the Planning Board Director a question.
Go ahead, Mr. McCoy.
It's a simple yes or no answer. No follow-up question, no trickery. I'm going to ask the planning board director, keep in mind that I already know the answer. The question, relative to this Article 56 property and the boundaries that abut this article, which is important, whether anyone approached you to discuss the 39.5 acres, the property in which Veritech building sits, also known as the old Expedex building, to potentially rezone that parcel to the same zoning that we are talking here at Article 56 that I'm speaking on right now. I already know that the 42 union jobs of Local 25 that are located at the Veritex building, the old Expedex building, will be moved to Connecticut. I also know that once these jobs are relocated, that building and the 39.5 acres it sits on will be up for sale. Ms. Gingrich, with your answer, please confirm to the residents of Wilmington, has anyone approached you to discuss a zoning change of that Veritech property on Main Street, which abuts the property referred to Article 56?
Mr. McCoy,
I'm just asking for a simple...
Mr. McCoy, I'm going to call you to order. I actually have a question before I allow Ms. Gingrich to answer that. What does that have to do with this article?
I was just wrapping up, but just a simple yes, no. Has any,
No,
it abuts
but,
that.
Mr. McCoy, I'm asking you to bring your, I'm trying to figure out how your question fits into this scope of 56, and from what I can understand, right now it doesn't. You're asking, we're talking about rezoning a parcel of land, and you're talking about a different parcel of land.
All right, I can rephrase that. I'm talking about the parcel that butts it. Basically, this would be like a puzzle piece in front. The question was, like I just indicated, just has anyone approached you? Simple, yes or no, relative to the property that abuts it. This is a puzzle piece in the front on Main Street, which can open up the other bigger puzzle piece in the back. I think we just have a right to know if somebody approached you. Simple yes or no, no trickery. That's all I'm asking. Then I'm going to state why I'm supporting this article. I don't know how more clear I can be. I think a fair, honest answer. Yes or no, that's all I'm going to ask.
Mr. McCoy, so you're in support of Article 56, but I honestly can't allow Ms. Gingrich to entertain your question because it has nothing to do with Article 56. If it was Article 56 as it's stated relative to that, but you're asking relative to a budding parcel of land that's not the subject of the article. But Mr. Sorrentino rose, as a point of clarification, if you, go ahead, I'll let you, for further discussion.
Further discussion.
So you want...
once again, it's just, all it is a yes
Mr.
or no.
Mr. McCoy, I've already ruled that out of order.
That's it.
Mr. McCoy, that question's
What's
out of
the
order.
problem?
Mr. McCoy, please take a seat. That question's out of order. It has nothing to do with Article 56 as it states. Mr. Sorrentino.
Mike Sorrentino, 1 Curtis Street, Chairman of the Planning Board. I'm speaking as Chairman of the Planning Board. This parcel that has been viewed by the Planning Board only as this parcel. We haven't seen anything else outside of this parcel. Frequently we get asked these kind of questions. There was an article that was withdrawn about things that go around the street. We can only speak about what we know about that's in front of us. Thank you.
Further discussion.
If I can continue, the reason why I want to support it.
Mr. McCoy.
All right. No, the reason why I get up, and I do intend to support it, over the last several years, I voted to support zoning changes. I've always was a mindset many years ago on the planning board, then get elected to the Board of Selectmen in the late 87, was the fact that single-family dwelling. I've adapted. I understand. I love to keep our kids in Wilmington. That's why I've supported other zonings, the over 55, the Lowell Street, which gives us a potential of over 200 units. What I'm saying is I would love to see somebody eventually build something so we can get a picture of what's going on. I don't really want to come back to a future town meeting and then be opposed to something, which I probably will be, because we're not seeing anything. All these little puzzle pieces, and all due respect to you, Mr. Moderator, it was just a simple yes or no answer, which abuts it. I think I already know the answer, and I would love for you to just admit to the fact that somebody did see you relative to the property in the back. That's all.
Do we have further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'm going to bring Article 56 to a vote. And again, Article 56, the property in question is on page 38. And so if you were in favor of Article 56, which would change the use of this property from general industrial to neighborhood mixed-use zoning district, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. Voted. Okay, good. Article 44, which is on page 23. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to be exiting, please do so quietly. We still have more articles to take up, and you're interrupting if you're making noise leaving the auditorium. Thank you very much. Article 44. See if the town will vote to name the Wilmington High School Gymnasium the Lawrence H. Cushing Senior Gymnasium or take any other action related thereto. Mr. McCoy.
I don't know, I just was memorized by something a second ago. So Article 54? 44, is that what you said?
It's 44.
I don't have it. I'll read it from this. I don't have it in front of me.
Article 44.
I move that the town vote to name the Wilmington High School Gymnasium the Lawrence H. Cushing Senior Gymnasium. I'm just reading. I hope it's the right wording. I'm just reading from the book. I don't have the piece of paper.
I'll accept it as the main motion, as by Mr. McCoy. I have motion been made and seconded. Discussion. Finance Committee recommends approval. Discussion. Mr. Cushing, in the back there.
Thank you. For those who don't know me, I'm Jack Cushing, and I'm the son of the person that we're talking about right here. One of the things that if you had read the town crier this week, you would have saw the history of my father in Wilmington. And his whole thing was to work with the kids in this town. And that when he moved here from Everett, his life began in being service to the town, and that was in the early 30s. He became the first phys ed teacher, eventually the athletic director, and he sponsored the article that developed the Recreation Commission and all the programs that they ran. Part of it was he was involved in this first summer program, Silver Lake, at the beach with lifeguards, and anything that really had anything to do with the community. For years, he helped the kids in the high school here, whether it was going to college or whether it was looking for a job, whatever he could do, he helped the kid out. Unfortunately, I can't tell you too many of the stories because it was between him and the person. And we didn't find out about a lot of these actually until his wake, when people come up to myself and my mother to thank us for what my father had done for them, and we didn't know anything about it. So I think it's only appropriate that a gymnasium that's a sports activity in this town be named after him. The old school, the gymnasium and that was named after him when they moved over here. They didn't allow that to happen. So I asked the selectmen if they would put forth an article to name the gym after my father, and I look for the support of the community. He was Wilmington, and he had the biggest W on his chest of anybody you have ever seen. So he was happy he lived here. It was the best thing in his life, and I just hope that you all feel the same way. So thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Jack. Further discussion, Mr. Bjork.
I rise in support of this article. I think it's a great idea. There's just one clarification I'd like to make, that at no point did the school committee or the schools choose not allow for the name to be transferred. The decision was made for many of the aspects of that high school, including the auditorium and other rooms, that the naming not transfer over, and to be for a process for that to happen to go forward. So I absolutely support this, but at no point did we not allow this naming because we felt it wasn't appropriate.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? Gentleman out back.
Jay Donovan, 19 Mill Road. As a former neighbor of Jack and Larry Cushing and the whole family, I ask you to support this article. Larry Cushing did a lot for athletics in Wilmington, and a lot of the people that followed after him, he would continue that trend for positive athletic activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we'll bring Article 44 to a vote. Article 44 is see if the town vote to name the town of Wilmington High School Gymnasium the Lawrence H. Cushing Senior Gymnasium. Finance Committee recommends approval. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. pulled Article 43, but that was part of but we already took up that article before. That was part of the one of the continuous articles. And ladies and gentlemen, the last article on the warrant today is going to be Article 54. I should say the last article we're going to take up for business is Article 44. Article 54. Article 54 can be found on page 30. Article 54, to see if the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaws and associated zoning map of the town of Wilmington as follows, or take any other action related thereto, by rezoning from present combination of residential R10 and residential R20 to residential R10, the following parcels of land, and this is on page 36. So this is on page 36 is the parcels of land which are being sought to be rezoned. The rest of the article appears as does in your warrant booklet. Do I have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town of Wilmington vote to amend the zoning bylaws and associated zoning map, and yes, it does continue as in the warrant booklet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garant of...
Scott Garant, attorney at law, 5 Middlesex Ave, Wilmington.
I'm going to accept Mr. Garant's motion as it appears in the warrant article as the main motion. Do I have a second? Motion made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval. Planning Board recommends approval. Discussion, Mr. Garant.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Quite briefly, this article seeks to address an issue that has been recognized as affecting many parcels throughout the town for many years, and in prior town meetings has been addressed by various articles brought by the Planning Board itself, and that is of lots which are bisected by zoning district lines parallel to roadways. Most recently, in 2010, the Planning Board brought 8 articles which were approved at that town meeting and thereby resolved such, quote, isolated zoning, end quote, for 119 parcels throughout town. In some cases, parcels are rezoned from R60 to R20, in other cases from R60 to R10, and as is the case here with these 2 parcels, from R20 to R10. Again, these parcels are bisected by the zoning district line parallel to the roadway. The block in which these parcels are situated is dominated by R10 parcels, and across Road Street is the R20 district. That parcel is comprised of parcels built in conformance with the R20 zoning district. Passage of this article would move the zoning line to Road Street itself, which is in its logical location, and as was the case with the prior approved articles brought by the Planning Board, would serve to resolve the issue of isolated zoning as to these 2 parcels. Be happy to answer any questions.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we're going to bring the Article 54 to a vote. Article 54 appears on page 30, 31 of your warrant booklet. It seeks to amend that certain parcels of property as described on those pages from a combination of R10 and R20 to solely R10. All those in favor of this article passing signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Voted. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to conclude our town meeting today, but before I entertain a motion to adjourn, I just want to single out one member of our Finance Committee who has been on the committee for 10 years, and before that he was a selectman for 3 years, and he will not be seeking reappointment. He's done a great service to the town of Wilmington. He was also a town employee before all that. Mr. Ball Palmer. That being done, I will now entertain a motion to adjourn. So moved. Motion seconded. Second. Discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Voted. Thank you very much.